a limit to the height, building height within 20 meters of low-rise zone land to 20 meters, limiting height to 30 meters within 30 meters of low-rise zone land. The proposal meets 2 of the 3 provisions, with the 30-meter height limit being the only provision that cannot be met due to the depth of the subject site. As part of these site-specific provisions, no dwelling units will be allowed to face Dodds Lane as a means to protect the privacy of the houses to the north. The diagram on the slide demonstrates the typical views from the proposal towards the neighborhood and the effect of not permitting dwelling units at the lower levels. A final design change was made lowering the stepped levels of the proposal, which is done to lessen the massing at the mid-levels of the proposal and further ease transition. In terms of opportunities provided by the proposal, this will see the creation of 329 new dwelling units within a protected major station area and in proximity to major employers being the hospital and Sun Life. The site location is at a full-turn intersection, which can be capitalized on, and the proposal does not prohibit the future development of adjacent land also within the PMTSA. To conclude, the application is recommended for approval. Site-specific development standards will be introduced to manage the height, dwelling unit location, and massing, and a holding provision will be introduced to implement noise and vibration measures as needed. I will also note the rental replacement bylaw will apply to this site. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment demonstrates good planning principles and is consistent with provincial, regional, and city planning policies. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one delegation, Kirsten Barrisdale. And you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Is this on? Yes. Good evening. Thank you, committee. We are here on behalf of the current property owner for the zone change application for 924 to 944 King Street. As Mr. Whitman touched on, the site is located on the north side of King Street. It is a consolidation of 3 existing properties that both have existing residential and commercial uses on site. It is just north of the Grand River Hospital. Just to provide you kind of a brief overview of a bit of a history and context with the site, the properties were acquired by the current owner in late 2022. In early 2023, we started to have some preliminary discussions with the city based on some preliminary concepts with respect to the consolidated comprehensive redevelopment of the site. In November 2023, we had a formal pre-submission consultation with the city at that time, which referenced a 30-story building designed to try to achieve or adhere to the city's tall building guidelines. Simultaneously with the pre-submission consultation, we participated in the Growing Together initiative that the city was undertaking. We provided correspondence in November 2023, as well as January 2024, with respect to the proposed development, asking staff to consider the SGA 3 zoning at that time. Between April and August of 2024, we had some further follow-up discussions with the city regarding the concept revisions. Those concept revisions pertained to trying to adhere to as many, if not as all, of the zoning provisions within the strategic growth area zone that was permitted on the site. And then finally, we submitted our application in December 2024 with a neighborhood meeting in February of 2025. As Mr. Whitman touched on, there's been 4 different revisions to this concept, so I'm going to briefly walk you through them. Our initial concept was a 30-story building. It contained 319 dwelling units and 195 parking spaces. The initial design was prepared in accordance with the city's tall building guidelines, so it did provide for appropriate separation to the side yards as well as the rear yard. It's a rather unique circumstance in this property. Dodds Lane does provide us the opportunity to additional setbacks and separation from those low-rise residential uses to the north. Following that initial concept, which was appended with our letter to the city with regards to the strategic growth area or the Growing Together initiative, we further refined the concept. There was a concept A and a concept B that was submitted as part of our January 2024 correspondence for the Growing Together initiative. This concept was refined to take into account some of the additional building setbacks, podium setbacks, podium height, etc., that had been outlined in the draft strategic growth area zoning. Similar concept, only just providing for additional building step backs. Again, at this point, we were still identifying a 30-story building with a range of dwelling units from about 320 to 330 units. Following the approval or the adoption of the Growing Together initiative, we engaged an architect to provide more formal, detailed concepts for the proposed development. This was the concept that was submitted with our initial application to the city for zoning bylaw amendment. It is a 20-story building that provided for shifting the massing of the building closer to King Street, trying to achieve the objective of the setback to Dodds Lane, as well as providing for building step backs and setbacks on either side, so as not to preclude future development of properties on King Street. The initial concept submitted in December 2024 had 341 dwelling units. We had dropped the building height to 28 stories to adhere with the Strategic Growth Area B designation, and it included 182 parking spaces. This is just a rendering of the first floor. You can see that the proposed development does include commercial uses along King Street to ensure that we're providing for an active landscape and then lobby area. This is a rendering of the proposed building. Again, you can see the differentiation and architectural considerations as well as some of the building step backs. Finally, through subsequent discussions with city staff, there was further revisions to the proposed development concept to try to eliminate or reduce some of the building massing and scaling, particularly as it interfaces with those properties on Dodds Lane. So what you'll see here in these circles is that they are essentially the cake tiers, if you will, of the building. Both of those were dropped by 3 stories. Again, so the articulation at the front looks like that building mass is lower. This is a concept of what you see, or a rendering of what you see, and again, circling the areas that were actually reduced in height, the taller tower and then the lower tower, again, to try to visually reduce that massing and scale.
Can you summarize, please?
Yes, this is my last slide. As Mr. Whitman touched on, the proposed development concept does require a variance to the bylaw with regards to building height within 30 meters of low-rise residential. However, the bylaw does include setback requirements for Dodds Lane and does specify maximum tower heights. Again, that's to provide assurances to residents as well as the city that the development concept will remain as is. And then there's a holding provision included related to noise and vibration. And that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? No? Okay, can I get somebody to move this? I didn't know the order. Any questions for staff? Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I did notice in the presentation, and I know it's in the report, but I think it might be worth just mentioning because it's a new process, that this development will be subject to the rental replacement bylaw. Can you just speak to the number of units, if you don't mind, briefly, and the options that are to be provided any current tenants?
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may take an opportunity to respond to the question, I'm quite close to the rental replacement bylaw process. So there are more than 6 units that exist, and as a result, our rental replacement bylaw would apply to all existing units. Under our bylaw, each tenant will be given one of 3 options, whether to remain for 1 year rent-free, to receive 2 months rent abatement and then stay for the remaining 10 years, to receive 12 months rent abatement upon vacating the premises, or to take a similar off-site unit and then return to a similar unit at the same rent. The landlord is responsible for negotiating the terms with each one of the tenants. The terms and the agreement that each reach is part of a registered agreement that is signed with the City of Kitchener. So we will ensure and review all documentation to ensure that the rental replacement bylaw is followed. So in this case, when the tenants do receive notice to vacate, we will reach out through our channels. We have staff dedicated to this work to ensure that the tenants are compensated in accordance with the rental replacement bylaw.
Excellent. Thank you for that summary. I just wanted to clarify as well. So it's for 6 units or more, and I thought I saw in the report that there are currently 18 units in this, so that would mean that this would apply to all 18 of those. That's excellent, thank you.
That is correct.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Stretch.
After meeting with the neighborhood. So the first question is around accountability on the construction timeline. Can you speak to, are there phases, and what is the predicted timeline?
Madam Chair, if you allow, we would recommend that the applicant speak to the potential timelines.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. There are no specified timelines at this point for construction. We haven't even gotten into detailed site design at this point. As I'm sure most of you around this table can appreciate, we're in a bit of a unique economic situation with respect to construction. So at this point, unfortunately, we're not into timelines. I would expect that a project of this scale and this size, you're probably looking at 18 to 24-month construction timelines as a minimum. We would coordinate with the city through the site plan process to ensure that we're doing construction phasing and construction management appropriately.
Wonderful. I had a few also residents concerned about water pressure in the area, and with the amount of development planned for the area, being quite concerned about the infrastructure being able to support this growth.
Yep, so as part of a complete application, the applicant did submit servicing studies that were reviewed by our engineering staff, and our engineering staff did not have concerns with the proposed development.
Wonderful. And are you able to share yet the breakdown of the units, so 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom?
Through you, Madam Chair, it does include studio apartments, 1-bedroom apartments, 2-bedroom apartments or units, and we have, I think there's 23 or 22 3-bedroom units. So it does include a range of unit size and bedroom count.
Wonderful. And is there any planned green space outside for dogs or access to grass?
Through you, Madam Chair, so there is a small, on the furthest left-hand side of the site, there is an existing easement in favor of the city that is essentially kind of a no-touch zone, so the intent is that area will be landscaped at ground level. In addition, there are 2 terraces or patio spaces. One of them is quite large, and one of them is a bit smaller that are intended to be common outdoor amenity space for residents.
Great. My time, just checking. And as far as Dodds Lane, quite a few residents are concerned just about the traffic and the state of Dodds Lane. It's just looking pretty rough. And so there is some concern about road access, and with construction, what can residents expect as far as dirt and just kind of debris from that access point?
I can speak generally to the site layout because there is an access from King Street at Mount Hope, which will be a full turn intersection. So residents can come, they can leave going left, straight, right. They can access the site from left, straight, or right. So it's anticipated that the vast majority of vehicle traffic to and from the site will be from King Street, not from Dodds Lane.
Great, that's helpful, thank you. Yeah, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Can I have somebody move the item? Councillor Stretch? All those in favor? And that passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is evictions due to renovations, DS 2025-248. And we'll start with a 5-minute presentation from Katie Anderl. And I'll just point out that Natalie Goss, the Manager of Policy and Research, Mike Balch from Planning, and Rosa Bustamante, Director of Planning and Housing Policy, are all here present for to help answer any questions. So, Ms. Anderl, whenever you're ready.
Through you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. In June of 2024, staff were asked to report back to council on the status of renoviction bylaws that have been passed in other Ontario municipalities. In researching this report, staff learned from municipalities and we learned from data from the Landlord Tenant Board. And we also learned from community-based tenant support and advocacy organizations, including the city's Lived Expertise Working Group, and through an online eviction survey. We learned about how rental renovation bylaws work and what they can and cannot do. We learned that the experience of being evicted, whether lawfully or unlawfully, can be emotionally traumatizing and economically devastating for that person being displaced. We acknowledge the lived experiences that have been shared with us over the past few months. We appreciate the openness and the willingness of so many to share and help us better understand the magnitude of this challenge in our community. Unlawful evictions due to renovations or renovictions occur in Kitchener like they do across Ontario. Tenant advocates are calling for local governments to take action, and the pathway staff are presenting are options for action that build on the significant work that Kitchener is already doing in the space of affordable housing. A decade ago, Kitchener recognized the need to play an active role in affordable housing, and a few years later, Council directed the preparation of Kitchener's first housing strategy, Housing for All. Path 1 contemplates a purposeful and continued focus on allocating resources and initiatives and advocacy work that's already in our work plans. This work is supporting the creation of new affordable and supportive housing, supporting tenants, and enabling more housing of all types in Kitchener. This graphic provides an overview of the tremendous number of housing-related initiatives that have been approved, are in progress, and are planned to occur. We have challenged ourselves to do more and go further, and with the support of federal and provincial funding, we have done just that. The City of Kitchener has seen the creation of over 1,000 new affordable units, including hundreds of supportive housing units. And these efforts have helped to bring the purpose-built vacancy rate to a healthy 3 to 4% range in 2024, which is a marked improvement over the vacancy rate of just 1% in 2022. We know there's more to do. The housing crisis is complex, and we continue to be committed to making a meaningful difference. There are ways that we can intensify our efforts. Path 2 actions leverage the expertise of others who are already working in the space and include new initiatives that seek to support some of the same goals as a licensed bylaw. Path 2 commits to developing tools to help tenants in understanding their rights and community supports, developing tools to help landlords understand and uphold their responsibilities, and to collaborate with community partners, the region, and other area municipalities on the actions and directions of the plan to end chronic homelessness and building better futures. Staff recommend that these initiatives be incorporated into Housing for All 2.0 so they can be prioritized within the overall work plan and don't delay delivery of other corporate priority projects. As has been seen in other Ontario municipalities, licensing bylaws have been adopted to require landlords to obtain a license to renovate rental units when a tenant is being evicted. A bylaw provides the opportunity to confirm compliance with provincial regulations, provide a financial disincentive to landlords through fines and additional rent compensation payments to tenants, provide proactive information and supports to tenants as well. If such a bylaw is directed by council, we need a made-in-Kitchener solution that doesn't simply adopt the approach of another municipality, but rather one that can be incorporated into the city's structure and application processes with careful consideration of the resources and complementary programs. The preparation, implementation, and enforcement of this type of bylaw would require reprioritization of existing housing work and dedication of new and additional resources. Any bylaw must work alongside the regulations of the Residential Tenancies Act and only applies where an N13 has been issued and cannot stop an eviction. Staff caution that bylaws in other jurisdictions are still in their infancy and their efficacy cannot be confirmed. Layering on additional steps also has the potential to add complexity for tenants navigating an already difficult process. Staff recommend proceeding with Path 2 initiatives as part of Housing for All 2.0, for which work is already underway. Staff further recommend advocacy to the province on proclamation and enactment of Bill 97, as well as applying for and supporting community partners to access new federal and provincial funding that supports the creation and maintenance of affordable housing. Thank you, and staff are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Okay, before we have any questions for staff, we'll go to the delegations. And we have quite a few, so as I said earlier, if you don't get asked questions by anyone in council, it's because we're here to listen. Randall Whithill. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Randall Whithill, and I'm a volunteer with ACORN, but tonight I'm speaking very much on my own behalf, not on ACORN's behalf. I'd like to offer my respects to Madam Chair, the Mayor, City Councillors, and City staff, and I value the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Thank you. There are 3 subjects I'd like to address tonight: discrimination, moral leadership, and the impact of moral leadership. Discrimination is an unjust evaluation of people based on stereotypes and prejudices of heritage, religion, skin color, social or economic circumstances, physical or mental limitations. And I believe that as a society, Canadians do strive to reduce those injustices so that people are treated fairly with a sense of justice, a sense of understanding, and in the end, a sense of human fellowship. Which is why it's so necessary for Kitchener City Council to pass a renoviction bylaw. Because if they don't, and that's all of you here, they are discriminating against their fellow citizens, their fellow constituents, and yes, in the end, their fellow human beings. Tenants in London, Hamilton, Toronto have received the benefits of a renoviction bylaws, and Ottawa is evaluating such a bylaw as well. Why should tenants in Kitchener not be entitled to the same benefits as tenants in London, Hamilton, or Toronto? If they were not, then I would say we have 2 equal groups of people, but they are treated differently, and I call that discrimination. Your geography should not define which benefits are or are not applicable to you. Leadership. By passing a renoviction bylaw, Kitchener City Council will take a moral stance that will help influence Waterloo City Council to pass a similar renoviction bylaw. Kitchener City Council can take a leadership position that will not only benefit the citizens, constituents, and tenants of Kitchener, but tenants in Waterloo and far beyond. That is a moral stance because it affects human beings. The impact of a renoviction bylaw in Kitchener will reach far beyond the dimensions of this city hall and the dimensions of the city of Kitchener. Such a bylaw causes no harm, but it prevents harm. You have the legal and the moral authority to avoid discrimination, to demonstrate moral leadership, because we're talking about human beings and not buildings, and to create an impact that many other citizens, constituents, and tenants will benefit from. You have that choice, and we await your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? There don't appear to be any questions. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Next, we have Dr. Helene Chow, and I think she's here virtually. Good evening, Dr. Chow. Go ahead.
Hi. I hope you can hear me all right, and I'll get started. I'm here today as a concerned resident of the region of Waterloo, and I'm deeply troubled by the recent staff report advising against the implementation of a rent-eviction bylaw. This decision, if accepted, will leave countless tenants vulnerable to displacement, further exacerbating the housing crisis in this city. Rent-evictions are a real and growing problem in Kitchener. According to Acorn's Ontario Rent-Eviction Report, our city has seen a 55% increase in the use of N13 eviction notices since 2017, ranking 6th in the province of rent-evictions. This is not a statistic we should be proud of. It is a call to action. Other municipalities across Ontario have recognized the urgency of this issue and have taken decisive action. Hamilton, Toronto, Ottawa, as the other delegate has just mentioned. They have all moved forward with these bylaws to protect tenants from predatory rent evictions, and these measures will ensure that landlords provide temporary accommodations, rent gap payments, and right of first refusal for displaced tenants. If these cities can implement such protections, why should Kitchener lag behind them? If we want Kitchener to be a place where people choose to live over other cities, it needs renter protections now. The arguments against rent eviction bylaws often centers on concerns about landlord burden and enforcement challenges, but I want to be very clear. This is about fairness, stability, and the rights to housing. A well-crafted bylaw would not prevent legitimate renovations, but simply ensure that tenants are not unjustly displaced in the process. A well-drafted law could also help cover the costs through fees. The city already implemented a bylaw against evictions. What makes rent evictions any harder? This report certainly doesn't make that clear to me. As a renter for the last 15 years of my life, I've experienced almost everything that could be thrown my way. Dime evictions, rent evictions, getting kicked out because a landlord wanted to move their kids in, rent hikes above the limits, rent hikes so high I couldn't afford to be living there anymore, pest issues, no heat in my apartment, and I could keep going on and on. Throughout all of this, I felt completely unequipped and alone to deal with every single one of these issues. The reality is the landlord has all the power in this relationship. I have never once failed to pay my rent. I have never done property damage to a building. I fixed almost every issue in my homes that I've lived in myself. And yet, I've been on the brink of homelessness nearly half a dozen times. Now, my rent is so high, I'm not sure I'll ever be able to afford my own home in this city. And I've had to move in with 2 other roommates to be able to continue living here. This stress and uncertainty affects my well-being. It affects almost every renter I know. I have been informed. I have talked to my landlord, and I think we can all agree here that talking in education does not stop greed. We need protections, and we need the law to step in now. Again, no amount of education will stop landlords from cashing in by evicting tenants in this sort of hot market that we have in the city, and fighting these rent evictions every year will put more stress on tenants who are already financially strained and unnecessarily clogs the landlord-tenant board from legitimate issues that need to be seen. I'm urging this council to reconsider the staff support recommendation and to take meaningful action to protect renters in Kitchener. We need a rent eviction bylaw that prioritizes housing for people who need it to ensure that our city remains a place where people can live securely without fear of losing their homes for profit-driven evictions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Okay, thank you for coming in. Next we have Mr. Jeff Donkersgood. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to your committee. My name is Jeff Donkersgood. I'm an educator, activist, unionist, and a longtime renter, and I will be speaking to several concerns I have with regards to the evictions due to renovations report. I want to thank city staff, though, for their work on this document and for providing many answers to questions that I had with regards to its contents. However, I believe this report falls short of what is needed, and I disagree with staff's recommendation that the city not move forward with what they refer to as Path 3 in the report, which is the creation of a rental renovation license bylaw. Now, I do not have the lived experience of facing an eviction due to renovations, nor am I a housing expert, but I'm going to discuss 3 areas in particular where I believe the report is insufficient and why all phases discussed in it need to be implemented. Firstly, I do agree with the staff that the City of Kitchener needs to continue its advocacy to the Province of Ontario in proclaiming and enacting all regulations pertaining to bad faith evictions due to renovations as outlined in Bill 97, the Helping Home Buyers Protecting Tenants Act. But to rely on the province to enact such legislation when it received royal assent 2 years ago as one reason to not develop and implement a localized renovation licensing bylaw is misleading and irresponsible. Since being elected in 2018, the Ontario Conservative government has developed a track record of passing legislation quickly when it best suits their interests and their friends. For example, Bill 5, the Better Local Government Act, which resulted in the City of Toronto having its councillors reduced from 44 to 25 in 2018, thereby reducing local democracy solely because a person felt the council was dysfunctional, fully passed in 16 days. Bill 124, the Protecting a Sustainable Public Sector for Future Generations Act, which capped public sector wage increases at 1% for 3 years in the interest of austerity, was introduced right before the summer break in 2019. But once the government returned to the legislature, that was fully enacted within 10 days. And in the most recently completed session at Queen's Park, which sat for only 24 days, the Ontario Conservative government passed several pieces of legislation which appear to only benefit those who are privileged, including Bill 5, the Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act, where Cabinet now has the power to create special economic zones where projects can be exempted from provincial laws, and Bill 17, the Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act, which is intended to simplify development charges and fast-track infrastructure projects, but it threatens municipal green development standards across the province and really does little to influence the creation of low to middle income housing. So I firmly believe that the provincial government, if it truly wanted to fully enact this legislation, it would have happened by now. As such, it's up to local municipalities to fill in the gap. This is why we've seen renovation bylaws enacted in cities such as Toronto, London, and Hamilton, and why we've got Ottawa and Mississauga now seriously looking into developing a renovation bylaw as well. They can no longer lightly wait. Secondly, the quantitative data analysis exercise undertaken by staff in an attempt to understand the number of evictions due to renovations and determine whether there's any evidence that landlords were evicting tenants illegally or in bad faith, as outlined in pages 19 and 20, yielded by staff's own admissions limited conclusions. Relying on provincial agencies such as the Ontario Land Tribunal to provide this information is clearly problematic. And while many stakeholders have stated an overhaul of the Ontario Land Tribunal is necessary, the city has a responsibility to know what is happening in its jurisdiction within reason and should not have to rely solely on qualitative data, despite the important and deeply personalized nature of that information. So, a renovation licensing bylaw, if drafted correctly, could provide a mechanism for the city to obtain better quantitative data. And if such a bylaw in the end yielded little to no data, the city would need to determine if that is because loopholes have been exploited in the processes, which got to be corrected, or if that means the bylaw is doing as intended, deterring landlords from conducting renovations unlawfully. Lastly, while I agree that creating and promoting robust and proactive education resources for tenants so they understand their rights is important, as outlined in Phase 2 of the report, relying on education is also not a reason to avoid enacting and developing a renovation licensing bylaw. And sadly, I say this as an educator by training. The purpose of education is to empower individuals with knowledge, skills, and critical thinking to lead meaningful lives and contribute positively to society. One of my favorite courses to teach is Grade 10 Civics, where we discuss themes such as citizenship, democracy, and social responsibility. But in that course, we also talk about the importance of rule of law, which ensure that everyone is treated fairly, that power is not abused, and that society remains safe, organized, and just. We need to look out for and take care of one another. But time and time again, we see in our capitalist society that power and greed reign supreme. So I urge this committee and council to ask city staff to think creatively and move forward with the creation of an anti-renoviction bylaw that is suitable and appropriate for the citizens of the City of Kitchener, one that ensures localized measures with proper checks and balances, provides concrete data, ensures the rights of tenants are fully respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No clapping. Can we, are there any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. Next we have Brooklyn Wallace. welcome.
Yes, putting all the NDP candidates right after another. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Brooklyn Wallace. I am the past chair of the Climate Change Committee at the City of Kitchener, current sitting member and one of the founders of Acorn Waterloo Region. Acorn Waterloo Region was founded because of unfair and nonsensical evictions. And for 2 years, it has been fighting for the rights of tenants of Waterloo Region, something that the city currently fails spectacularly at. As I'm sure the other delegates tonight will mention, they will mention the specific stories of bad landlords and bad faith rent evictions. I am going to take a step back and look at this from a more bird's eye point of view. What is the purpose of government? What is the purpose of Kitchener? Governments are formed by people, for people. It's a cliche, but it's true. We have governments to do the things that we as individuals cannot do by ourselves. And what happens when a government fails to protect its people? You get distrust, you have people feel unempowered, and the poorest among us are taken advantage of. That is why we build governments, and Acorn is actually sort of an example of that thing happening exactly the way it originally did. We might not call it government proper, but the essence is the same. A group of people working together to do what we can't do alone. That's why Acorn was founded, to cover the places where our legal governments are failing. And clearly Kitchener is failing in this area, as your reports suggest themselves. I've been fighting for 2 years to bring this bylaw into Kitchener. It has been in effect in Hamilton for years. It has been in effect in the entire province of BC for years. We know it can work. We know it can help people. And as you may know, I'm very much in favor of making things easier for developers to add to our housing stock. But it cannot be at the expense of the people who landlords do not care for. The report staff has proposed, mentions difficulties that I think are total cop-outs for the city to continue with the status quo. It says that we can't do this because we don't have the social workers, or we don't have tenant advocates to help run this program. No, of course we don't. New programs sometimes require new employees. The better question to me is, why do Kitchenerites need to rely on third-party lawyers, Google searches, and social workers to do something as basic as fight to just stay living here? The cynic in me says that doesn't matter to many of you here. How many of the people on this council have rented in the last 5 years? 10 years? 20 years? On the other hand, how many of you yourselves have handed out eviction notices, or have them handed out on your behalf? I have to choose to believe that you will speak out for the 40% of Kitchenerites that are renters. The report mentions that the region or the province is better suited for this type of thing, and I do agree with that, but the BC rental replacement bylaw started when New Westminster, a town of less than 100,000 people, implemented it on their own. They hired people, they built the expertise, and they did that work because they needed to. And the province saw that and implemented it themselves. So what if it's hard? This is the right thing to do. And that is what government is for. Please, councillors, stand up for the renters of Kitchener. Stand up for your constituents. Get the ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Are there any questions? No? Okay, thank you. Next, we have Elliot Wand. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Elliot Wand. I was born just up King Street in Grand River Hospital. I grew up in Kitchener-Waterloo. I graduated high school in KW. I attended university here. Like many people, I work 40 hours. I pay my taxes. I try to contribute to my neighborhood and my community. I do everything I was taught by my family, my parents, by my teachers in school, people that I respected, to be successful and be productive and be a part of my society and my community. I've been completely priced out of ever being able to afford a home in anywhere in KW, or the region for that matter. And now I don't even have the option of renting without having to worry literally every day when I check my mailbox if my landlord is going to try to evict me so that he can make more money for himself. I live in a small 8-unit building. All 8 units were 2-bedroom units, and it was populated with people on the verge of retirement. It was new families. Of the original tenants, there is now just myself and one other. The other 6 were all evicted so that the landlords could turn 2-bedroom apartments that were affordable and to 3-bedroom apartments with no living room, and each individual bedroom goes for $1,000 a month, whereas that entire 2-bedroom apartment used to be $1,000 to $1,200 a month. We keep hearing other people talk about how many cities in Ontario protect their tenants. Hamilton, London, Toronto, Mississauga, and Ottawa are both working on it. Again, all of British Columbia. So what makes Kitchener different? Why don't we enjoy those same protections? Why don't we enjoy those same rights? Why do we have to work just like everybody else works, and then after work come out here and have this discussion? Why do we have to keep fighting for this? My day starts at 4 a.m. It is just about my bedtime right now. I have to get up at 4 a.m. again tomorrow, but instead I'm here. I haven't had my supper today. I came from work, I ran errands, then I came here. I'm tired of having to have this discussion and tired of having to wonder if I'm going to have a house or a place to live a month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Vonica Flair and Jackie Wells. And you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Good evening, Council. Thank you for having us tonight. This is Vonica Fleer. They are the staff organizer for Waterloo Region chapter of Acorn, and I am the chair of the Waterloo Region chapter of Acorn. How do I get the slide to turn?
How do we switch the slides? Is there a remote for the slides?
Okay. Acorn is a multi-issue community and tenant union of low to moderate income people. The purpose of the union is to give power to people so that they can have their voices heard at all levels of government, which is precisely why we're here tonight. Let's do a quick background on rent evictions in Kitchener. We all know the facts, or we all should. Kitchener is the 6th highest city in the province for the number of rent evictions issued every year, and 13s actually. However, Kitchener is only the 9th largest city in the province, which proves that we are disproportionately affected by rent evictions in this city. We also know that in Kitchener, we are losing affordable housing faster than we can possibly build new housing. 39 units are lost, and only 1 replaces it. The majority of cities who have received N13s in a higher amount per year than Kitchener have already passed their own rent eviction bylaws or are in the process of doing so. Acorn recently conducted a survey of 160 tenants across Waterloo Region, primarily in Kitchener, and we released a report just a couple weeks ago. Some important statistics from this report. I want to highlight that the first statistic is actually a typo. It's not 23%, it's actually 28%, or nearly 1 in 3 of the respondents receiving eviction notice within the last 5 years, and over half of those were actually N13s. One woman actually received 3 N13s in 1 year. We also know that 80% of those who receive these notices report being harassed by their landlord to try to get them to leave earlier. This is exactly why Acorn has been pushing for a rent eviction bylaw, colloquially known as the rent eviction bylaw in Kitchener, for years now. And we've worked with other cities to do the same successfully. 4 important components of such a bylaw would require the landlord to submit applications and licensing to the city for renovation, provide alternative accommodations and/or compensation to their tenant for the duration of the renovation, provide arrangement details to the city so they're held responsible, and there would be non-compliance enforcement, including escalating fines. There are several cities that have either already passed their own bylaw or are in the process of drafting their rent eviction bylaw. Hamilton specifically has had their bylaw in place since January 1st of this year, which is 5 months, now 6 months, and they've only received 1 N13 in that entire time frame. To put this into perspective, they received 40 N13s, the LTB received 40 N13s for Hamilton within the same time frame just 2 years ago. And that's not even the number of rent evictions issued, it's those that actually made it to the LTB. That's actually a 99% reduction in the number of rent evictions taking place in Hamilton in the first half of the year that the bylaw has been in effect. So of course, Acorn and all of our members, as well as many other members in the community, were so glad to see that council actually asked staff to do research and conduct a report to report back to council about a rent eviction bylaw possibly happening here. Of course, we were disappointed to find out that they don't recommend a bylaw. So we're going to go through all of their concerns one by one, which we've actually done before, but we'll do it again. Number 1, regulations in a licensed bylaw cannot supersede the Residential Tenancies Act. Rent eviction bylaws do not conflict with the RTA, hence why several cities have already successfully passed their own bylaws. Reason number 2, the effectiveness of a rent eviction bylaw is not proven, which is actually patently false because I just showed you that in Hamilton they've had a 99% reduction in the number of N13s issued in the first 5 months. So even if they receive more in the remaining 7 months, this is still a significant reduction. Staff actually contradicted themselves when they actually mentioned that in New Westminster, they saw a decrease in the number of rent evictions issued when their bylaw was in effect. So they're actually contradicting themselves. Reason number 3, rental renovation licenses are limited in scope and would not apply to other bad faith evictions used by landlords, such as N12s. Council, you all know that every bylaw has limits to its scope, just like the rental replacement bylaw you passed last year only applies to N13s for the purposes of demolition and not rent eviction, which is why we're here tonight. N12s, which are evictions for personal use, cannot be used for mass evictions in the same way that N13s are because they're for personal use. Hence, corporate landlords cannot issue them because they are a corporation and not an individual. So we definitely do not expect N12s to proportionally replace N13s if we have a rent eviction bylaw. Reason number 4, the bylaw may have a limited lifespan if the provincial government actually ratifies Bill 97. But as several other delegates have already pointed out, this has not yet happened. It was passed 2 years ago and still has not been ratified. So we don't realistically expect the current Ontario government to pass this to its fullest extent, and even if it were, the provincial law in BC that superseded New Westminster's bylaw is significantly stronger than Bill 97. Reason number 5, a rental renovation licensing bylaw will not stop a lawful eviction process. This is actually a non sequitur because this was never the goal of the bylaw to begin with. An anti-rent eviction bylaw should stop unlawful evictions and ensure that if tenants are being displaced, the price of the displacement is on the landlord and not the tenant, not to stop legal evictions. Number 6, a building permit cannot be withheld pending the issuance of a rental renovation license. This is not necessary for the bylaw and is not a requirement of anti-rent eviction bylaws in other cities. The point of accountability is escalating fines for failing to submit an application, not withholding a building permit. Reason number 7, a rental renovation licensing bylaw cannot compel or prevent the issuance of an N13. Again, another non sequitur. It's not meant to prevent N13s from being issued. It is actually meant to prevent tenants from being displaced due to evictions that are illegal. Reason number 8, a rental renovation licensing bylaw does not provide wraparound tenant supports, and Kitchener is unable to provide these supports. City staff reference Hamilton, London, and Toronto as all having these wraparound supports, but this is actually misleading because London does not provide these services that the city staff list in their report, and none of the cities listed by city staff supply rent gap payments to tenants. These are provided by the landlord, not the city. So we have had the privilege of meeting with a few members of council, and we also want to address your concerns as well. There are some concerns that this bylaw is the region's responsibility and not the city's, given that the region is the provincially designated housing services manager. We're just going to point out yet again that Mississauga is a 2-tiered municipality within the Region of Peel. The Region of Peel is the housing services administrator for its municipalities, and despite this, Mississauga is still passing their own rent eviction bylaw. Anti-rent eviction bylaws act within the private rental market in the same way that other existing city bylaws, such as property standards, minimum heat requirements, and yes, your rental replacement bylaw, all regulate private rental market and the relationships between landlords and tenants, whereas the region is a housing services manager for social housing and homelessness programs. Another concern was that the City of Kitchener does not have sufficient budget or resources to pay for the administration of a rent eviction bylaw. It's really important that you understand that if a rent eviction bylaw is written properly, it will deter N13s that would otherwise have been issued under the guise of a renovation in bad faith, because you would have fines that would actually hold landlords to account. And you would put the landlord as being responsible for housing the tenant properly in the meantime. Also, Hamilton and London have both taken an incremental approach to hiring and will increase staff as renovation applications demand. But as we've already shown you, these applications tend to significantly reduce with time when these one of these renovation bylaws are in place, because they are meant to deter, again, the bad faith rent evictions that are happening, which are the majority of what's going on and not legitimate ones. Kitchener already has a team of staff for administration and implementation of Kitchener's rental replacement bylaw, which is very similar in scope and implementation to the proposed anti-rent eviction bylaw, so we don't see why some of those resources could not be allocated for the same reason. And if budget is a concern, the city should scale the renovation license fees and especially the fines to meet the cost of the bylaw. So we'll just leave you with one last question, which we want to ask. Why would any of these challenges, which we've refuted, prevent Kitchener from passing an anti-rent eviction bylaw when the city just passed a similar bylaw for the purposes of dem evictions and preventing people from being unhoused due to dem evictions last year? We implore City Council to hear the needs of your constituents and move forward with this bylaw as quickly as possible. The residents of Kitchener cannot wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Okay, I do have a question. Can you give any more information on the Mississauga process?
Could you elaborate? Are you referring to like how they handle the bylaw?
Well, it isn't yet instituted, right? So at what stage are they and what's the process? How far along is the process?
They're currently drafting the bylaw. It should be ready to be reviewed by council in the fall of this year.
Is Acorn working with them?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And my one last question is, do you know the ratio of legal versus illegal N13s that are issued here in the region or in Kitchener?
Not the ratio of legal versus illegal N13s, but we do have an example just to kind of illustrate the difference in volume when it comes to N13s filed with the Landlord-Tenant Board versus N13s actually given to tenants. Acorn was recently working with a building in London, the Webster, 1270 and 1280 Webster Street, owned by Michael Klein, which I'm sure you all have heard his name before. Before every single tenant in both of the buildings on this property received N13s. It was 140 tenants that all were getting rent-evicted. Acorn moved in and started organizing a tenant union, which helped reduce how many people left. But even with that, by the end of it, when the hearings start, like the hearing is coming up soon, there are about 40 tenants who actually had their N13s filed with the LTB. The remainder of the tenants left due to intimidation and other tactics from the landlord. So, and that's with tenant organizing. Without tenant organizing, we expect the ratio to be much higher.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Vrbanovic?
Thanks very much, and thank you for coming in this evening. You just mentioned a landlord who all of us have heard mentioned before. I'm wondering if you've had any success in actually connecting with that landlord at any point in time.
Do you want to talk about the Caroline? Okay. So we've made many attempts to connect with this landlord. We recently managed to figure out where our understanding is where he was located or where he was residing. We've had members try and reach out to him in every way possible, all the mailing addresses that he's offered. Nobody has ever gotten a response until press showed up at his door to ask about this.
So media has recently been able to connect with him?
Yeah, back in December, I believe it was December or January, early January, they reached out and he gave a bunch of excuses, and that was kind of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much for coming in. Next, we have Linda Voss. Good evening. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. Thank you for seeing me or hearing me. Thank you to the committee, and thank you for letting us join you tonight. My name is Linda Voss, and I have made 250 Frederick Street in Kitchener my home for the last 12 years. My home that has seen me through the darkest and brightest times of my life. 12 Christmases, 12 birthdays, 3 breakups, the death of my dad, changing careers, and finding my husband. This is my home, and actually I see a lot of my neighbors here today, which is good. And I naively never thought that someone would take my home away from me, but here we are. Michael Klein, the gentleman that the person that we were just discussing, of Toronto, purchased our building in November of 2023, and since then, my neighbors and I have been living in fear. In February last year, my neighbors started getting N13s, myself getting mine in July. This is to end tenancy due to renovations. These renos are cosmetic and currently being fought with the Landlord-Tenant Board in a hearing. This is taking time away from our lives to obtain legal help, therapy, and I know our N13s are in bad faith. And we hope that this hearing goes in our favor. Without a bylaw in place and only a fine from the LTB to deter them, we're going to continue seeing this happen to other residents of Kitchener. Renovictors target the elderly and the disabled and young families and the most vulnerable in Kitchener, holding us hostage in fear. It's like living in your worst nightmare, thinking that that I could lose my home. I can see fear in my neighbors' eyes, and I can hear it in their voices. Sorry. Some of them tenants for upwards of 40 years, scared that they could be out on the streets. Even if the Landlord-Tenant Board rules in the favor of our buildings tenants, because the city of Kitchener has no bylaw in place, we are all subject to be victims of N13s again and again, further exacerbating our mental and physical health. Our city, our home, is not protecting us. If we lived in Hamilton or London or in Michael Klein's city, Toronto, I could be safe. We could be safe. Kitchener needs to make a stand, and if they show that the vulnerable are not to be held hostage, Waterloo and Cambridge can follow. Because who's next? Your sister? Your son? Your mother? Renovictions are affecting us all. We need to change. We need change and protection, and we need it now. Remember to love local, promote local, and support local, but please do that for your local residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing your story and for coming in this evening. Are there any questions? No questions. Thank you. Next, we have Meg Walker. Good evening. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, everybody. I just want to say shout out to 250 Frederick Street and Borden Street Apartments because I've been supporting you for the last year and a half. So I'm Meg Walker. I come today as a representative of the tenant organizing team at the Social Development Center, and I'm going to try to pace myself because I talk very fast and I apologize in advance. We wish to present to you all who are here the insight and the asks which we have been sharing with staff since spring 2024, and explain our concerns with the recommendations presented by staff. Most notably, we are concerned about staff's recommendation against directing staff to prepare and implement a rental renovation bylaw, licensing specifically. We have consistently recommended that City of Kitchener pass a renovation bylaw to protect tenants at risk of eviction, and we have been discussing a tenant advocacy forum, formed jointly with the City of Kitchener so that we can work together on building supportive bylaws and policy to keep tenants housed and maintain our affordable housing stock. In our consultation with city staff, we pitched similar options as are found in Path 2. Sorry, I'm short. Sorry, derailed by the mayor. To keep tenants housed and maintain our affordable housing stock. In our consultation with city staff, we pitched similar paths as Path 2. However, what we recommended was a committee of lived experts, tenant advocacy organizations, and legal help, and city staff where we could create effective policy very similar to the LUG, which we all know the LUG is invoked here quite often. Instead, staff is recommending a forum that includes corporate landlords, which, when these landlords already have disproportionate power and are unlikely to support any fulsome response to the housing and eviction crises that is ongoing in the region, they benefit from it. It is also concerning that staff is citing the Ford government's Bill 97 as a reason to not pursue a bylaw for 2 specific reasons. I also direct you to Ashley Skutema's from Community Legal Services, her delegation. It's written, it's fantastic. City staff has repeatedly told us that there was fear of repercussions from the Ford government if such a bylaw was implemented. Respectfully, the staff report does not cite any of the repercussions they are afraid of to other municipalities, or if they've been applied to other municipalities who've implemented renovation bylaws. Either staff believes that the tenant protections in Bill 97 will be brought into force eventually, and the municipal policies would be in line with this, or they believe that the provincial government is unwilling to preserve existing affordable rental units. I think we both know that it's the latter. Regardless, we cannot be at the whim of a provincial government who consistently, across parties in power, does not have tenants' best interests in mind. We have to do this ourselves. We have to save ourselves. During consultations with our tenant organizing team, we've explained the important part of having a renovation bylaw is the message this municipality, Kitchener, sends to so-called investors, whose business model involves coercive, often illegal tactics to displace existing tenants. These investors don't create more housing. They steal it from us. A renovation bylaw is meant to keep these investors away. The report in front of you does not examine whether or not N13s are still being filed or the overall rate of housing loss that has decreased in the named municipalities. We have repeatedly noted that we expect there to be no data from other municipalities in many ways because there are a lack of applications, which means that the bylaw is working. This result is perfectly in line with the intent of the program and the bylaw, to prevent landlords from proposing frivolous and unnecessary renovations. This recommendation lacks courage and imagination. It omits key points of said consultation. It does not truly listen or engage with recommendations, anything that we told them. It asks you to enact no material change, and they fear plugging a hole lest another one appear. However, it does not give evidence of these holes appearing in other municipalities. Also, this wouldn't be the last bylaw. We could plug holes as they come. Lastly, staff writes, these paths are not mutually exclusive. The city's journey along Path 1 will continue regardless of direction to initiate works on Path 2 or 3, which it should be. But it's also possible to enact all paths. The worst possible outcome being you could decline a bylaw at a later date. The best outcome is renovictions would cease, as evidenced by the available evidence showing that after each bylaw has been passed, no applications were found. Staff has not provided evidence that N13s are still being filed or if the overall rate of housing loss has changed, yet are using this as evidence that bylaws may not be effective. They spoke to us, we were able to give them some of that data. But we know, Social Development Center tenant organizing knows, and told city staff that these bylaws are effective through our connections to tenant organizations across southwestern Ontario. And if lack of data is a concern for the city staff, we should postpone so we have a bigger window to talk about data. So with all this in mind, I'm going to scoot, sorry. Given the current epidemic of rent evictions in Kitchener, we again emphasize the need for a rent eviction bylaw, and I want to emphasize our willingness to assist in facilitating a committee made up of advocates, tenants, and city staff to assist in creating a bylaw that works. We will keep people housed.
Thank you, Meg. Are there any questions? No? Okay, I do have a question. If I'm hearing you correctly, I mean, you were going quite quickly and...
I was slow there.
Yeah. So I understand you do support Path 2, but...
I support Path 2, yes.
Okay, but you talked about the forum or the committee, the Town and Gown, I think it's referred to in the
yes,
report.
so sorry, that might be a typo. I support the path that also that creates a group, a joint venture, the City of Kitchener and local housing advocates, not corporate landlords, in creating a bylaw and other policies to protect tenants.
So a forum with a different composition of representatives?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you for coming in. Next we have Dr. Ron Brown.
Good evening.
You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Ron Brown. I'm a resident at 250 Frederick Street for 31 years. As I'm listening to the discussion, I think there are 2 points that we're not all on the same page. What is a bylaw? I want to talk about that. And also I heard an acknowledgement about the emotional problems here. I'm not convinced that that full impact has been made. So I want to try to bring those 2 concepts together. Here's a definition of a bylaw, and you might be familiar with it because you wrote it. This is from the bylaw guide at kitchener.ca. Quote, bylaws help make sure Kitchener remains a place where we're all proud to call home. Our city rules allow us to maintain a high standard of safety and respect for our community and each other. So, obviously, I'm emphasizing proud to call home and high standard of safety and respect. These are the issues. These standards, which Kitchener bylaws are intended to protect, are undermined by bad faith rent evictions. Tenants who receive N13 notices for bad faith rent evictions do not feel safe and secure and respected in their homes. There is no bylaw to protect them. Did the survey conducted by the Kitchener staff collect and analyze qualitative data on tenants' feelings toward bad faith rent evictions? No one asked me. Have you ever felt threatened, assaulted, fearful, anxious, and depressed due to the disrespectful way that you were treated? Have you ever been coerced into agreeing to an unfair rent increase to prevent eviction? Is this not extortion? I know people who are experiencing this. I know people who have just left town who don't want to deal with this because there's no bylaw to protect them. Now, we've been told that a bylaw is not needed because tenants have legal actions we can take to the Ontario Tribunal. That's true. However, this does not take into consideration the need to protect people from being assaulted. For example, a woman on the street of Kitchener can be told, don't worry if you're assaulted, we can always take legal actions. That's not protection. It's your responsibility to make the community safe. That's where the bylaws come in. I've also heard that Kitchener is not a big enough city to afford a bylaw to prevent bad faith rent evictions. How is it possible that Kitchener is big enough to have the problem, but it's not big enough to prevent it? This doesn't make any sense. Are we willing to invite bad faith landlords to come to our city and exploit our citizens? Bylaw will help to prevent that. The present report from staff is appreciated, but however, it's incomplete, it's misinformative, and it's biased. I expect that the mayor will lead council to do the right thing and protect our citizens by enacting a bylaw to prevent bad faith rent evictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. Are there any questions? I just want to press you a bit on your comment about there's no bylaw to protect the tenants, and you said that in the context of the Landlord and Tenant Board. I just wondered if you could speak a bit more to that. Like if we've got, because that's one of the arguments, right? We've got the Landlord Tenant Board, therefore we don't need a bylaw.
Right. The Landlord Tenant Board is a reactive procedure. It's a reaction to an assault. The bylaw protects us from the assault. That's the distinction. And we have none. We need it.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Next we have Kevin White. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm also speaking tonight regarding the report on rent evictions. I feel this is a matter of poverty prevention, and the report's recommendation not to implement a rent eviction bylaw is ultimately a poor decision for the city. The most significant problem is the recommendation to effectively do nothing to prevent poverty by continuing to allow pernicious practices to remove low-income tenants. This bylaw was recommended by numerous social support and tenant organizations, and the city has delayed discussing it for a substantial period of time already. I would like to talk a little bit about what doing nothing has cost us so far. Waterloo Region's homeless population has doubled between 2021 and 2024, and more than that has increased 7-fold since 2018. It is not a coincidence that between 2018 and 2022, as the KW Community Foundation's 2023 Vital Signs report noted, that rental rates spiked significantly during that time period. This was especially true of condos, followed by vacant units. Rental rates increased at a more modest rate for occupied units. It is not a coincidence that the Food Bank of Waterloo Region's 2024 annual report identifies that 59% of its users live in private rental housing. Another 5% of its users live in social rental housing. 1 in 8 households is making use of the Food Bank. The waitlist for affordable housing in 2008 was approximately 3,100 people. As of 2022, the list was over 7,600 people. Rent evictions contribute to the elimination of what little affordable housing there is. The waitlist is growing. Protecting affordable units is vital poverty prevention. Failing to address this contributes to growing poverty, homelessness, and food insecurity in Kitchener. A rent eviction bylaw may not solve all these problems, but it will do much more than doing nothing. The report has some other problematic features as well as in its engagement with landlords. Reporting on engagement with the Social Development Centre of Waterloo Region, the report indicates this sort of tool was recommended to shift the power imbalance that the agency believes favors landlords. The idea of a power imbalance is not discussed further or commented on by the report authors or landlords in the document and is effectively dismissed as a perception issue. When two people are in an arrangement where one person can legally decide whether the other has a place to live without an intervening organization to mediate, often for months at a time, this power imbalance should be pretty obvious, especially when it was raised by every tenant organization involved. The failure to engage with landlords more generally is also a significant flaw. Though the report repeatedly claims staff met with landlords plural, there is only a single representative for landlords identified in the report, and this representative was not asked to comment on this power imbalance. Additionally, this representative alters the conversation not to be about renovation requirements or protection for tenants facing bad faith evictions, but instead to unrelated complaints about unpaid rent or negative relationships or experiences that have prompted landlords to seek alternative means of eviction. Those issues are irrelevant to the subject of a renoviction bylaw. These complaints are followed by requests from the landlord for more affordable housing to be built to fill the gaps, indicating generally that landlords are not interested in providing affordable housing, which further highlights the risks for tenants who are currently paying affordable or relatively affordable rents, especially in older and rent-controlled units. They will be targeted for eviction in pursuit of maximizing profits. This is worse for large corporate landlords who were not approached for this report, evidently, who, as of 2024, now own more than 20% of purpose-built multifamily rentals in Canada, and their above-rent control rate increases are routinely approved by the province. Trusting the province to support low-income tenants and to do right by them, especially after the bills they've been passing recently in the manner they have, is delusional, if not willfully ignorant. The report has some positive recommendations, but not implementing a renoviction bylaw is not one of them. If the city cared about the poor, and if it cared about poverty prevention, a renoviction bylaw would have been implemented months ago. The next best time to implement a renoviction bylaw is now.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in and for your comments. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Next, we have Megan Faye Rothschild. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for providing this opportunity to speak. It is Megan Faye. I came here today simply to lend my voice. And I think it's so clear how emotional this issue is for people. And I believe it's emotional because we understand how deeply impacted people are by the level of vulnerability that one has when they're precariously housed or, you know, living in this space where there's always a threat of losing your home. And I'm a social worker, and I'm also a renter myself, and I've seen firsthand the cost to people's lives, their wellness, their well-being when they are, evicted unfairly, when they're harassed by landlords. We're talking about people living, all of us, living with a wide variety of vulnerabilities that are just exacerbated by fear. And so I think it makes sense that so many people came out here to talk about this tonight, because the fear is so real. And as wonderful as the idea of initiatives are, even the idea that there's so many disparate initiatives speaks to me of maybe that risk of holes, loopholes, funding not following through, initiatives looking good on paper but not being realized effectively. And the people that are going to suffer from that are, of course, those who are most at risk already. And the risk isn't only financial, it's not just, oh no, my life is slightly destabilized. This is that risk of living on the street. This is that risk of not having the ways or means to be safely housed, and all the fear, the terror, the pain, the physical pain that comes with that. This is people returning to abusive homes that they barely got away from and having to become vulnerable in ways that they're trying to grow and protect themselves from. So I know I'm just speaking to things that people have already said, but I think they bear repeating. That to be a landlord comes with privilege that's inherent in the job. And so we must make sure that we have safety nets on the ground for folks who are most at risk. And I think there's a mention of, yes, we're going to need new social workers or new people to carry on the tasks of making sure that the bylaw is properly carried out. But isn't that exactly what new laws allow for, is to look for those holes and provide new jobs or new opportunities to create solutions to fill those much needed holes with people doing that work. So perhaps this is simply an opportunity for us to start seeing where the holes are and starting to fill them, because we need a safety net on the ground because of the level of vulnerability that we are talking about when we talk about rent evictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Doesn't look like there are any, so thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mo Markham.
Councillor Paul saying, if you fall asleep while they're talking, I'm going to be really fucking embarrassed. Just like that.
Good evening. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you, and thank you. Can you hear me okay? So I was also shocked to hear that staff was still recommending against a rent eviction bylaw in Kitchener. We have waited so long for this. Landlords are business owners, and the city is supposed to regulate businesses. We've been waiting for the city to do this for a long time. And those of us who are renters are very vulnerable, as others have said. And if you're not a renter, then you can't imagine what that looks like. As others have said, this rent eviction bylaw is meant to be a deterrent, and it may not solve everything, but it certainly will be a deterrent to bad faith landlords, and that's the point of it. And if other cities have seen fewer complaints, then it is worthwhile. Others have also said this, but we can't wait for this provincial government to protect us. I'm certainly not going to wait for it. They have shown us over and over again that they are there for corporations, not for the people. Their recent laws that they've passed and other issues, other scandals, previous scandals have shown that they're not here for us. They're here for the corporations. I think I've said this before, but tenants in new rentals or in unprotected rentals already pay at least double what was the norm 4 or 5 years ago. And I don't know if any of you can imagine your housing costs doubling overnight, but it's just not doable for most of us. It's not something that we can survive financially. My income didn't double in the 3 years since I lost my rental housing to a fire, but I am paying more than double what I was before the fire. I've watched this council allow affordable housing to be taken away from people, and with the excuse that we need more housing. We don't need more housing. There are lots of empty units in this city. The empty units are not affordable housing. They're not what we need. But if we don't set some sort of bylaw, people will continue to lose their affordable housing. And this council has allowed too much affordable housing to disappear, and I want you to protect the people who need that housing. I don't think that not having the budget to pay for something that is necessary and fair to the residents of this city is a reason to not have a bylaw that we need. When you think something is important, you figure out how to do it and you figure out how to pay for it. So I want all of you to ask yourselves if residents of this city having safety in their homes is important to you, and how you're going to figure out how to make that possible for them. And what you're basically saying, if you don't enact a bylaw, a renoviction bylaw, is you're saying that it's not important to you that people will lose their homes. And for some people, the most vulnerable, it means they will end up on the street. That's an embarrassment for this city. And I think that we can do a lot better than that. I think that people living on the streets also costs the city. And so you're not saving money by ignoring the need for this bylaw. And I just think, no matter how long, the other reason that was put in was that it may be irrelevant soon. No matter how long a bylaw is going to protect us, I think it's still important to put it in, because the possibility that that it won't be needed, it would be great. But in the meantime, we need it, and we know that. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Are there any questions? There don't appear to be any questions at this time.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, we have Heather Marjorie. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome. Okay, I'm using my phone. Bear with me. Hi, City Council. My name is Heather Marjorie, and I'm delegating today as an individual citizen, and I'm a proud and caring resident of this city, a property owner and a property taxpayer. However, the precarity I have experienced in my earlier life included insufficient, poorly maintained rentals that were not adequate for my needs. They were actually dangerous to my family, including one rental in Windsor, so it wasn't you, where the ceiling caved in on our front entrance. It was an upstairs duplex. It was the only dwelling I could find to fit my budget. This left me and my then 3-year-old daughter no option but to leave and enter the unit via a back fire escape until we could secure a safer dwelling. We did not have the resources to hold this landlord accountable. All we could do was escape. Over my lifetime, I've had to rent places I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, truly. Because even as a working single mother, I was a sole support parent. When I needed affordable housing, I needed housing that was approximately 30% of my actual household income, not 80% of speculative and artificially inflated housing markets. In my opinion, we do need, at the local municipal level, to disincentivize speculative, manipulative, frivolous, and bad faith renovictions to protect our current supply, covered by historical grandfathered rent controls pre-2018. This is not an extravagance. It's a part of creating a livable city with social infrastructure that works. If you genuinely want to reduce chronic homelessness and not add to it. I came to Waterloo Region for a job. We are an important migration point, and people come here from all over the country and from all over the world to find sustainable employment, build careers, and raise families. When I moved to Waterloo Region 24 years ago, I was a renter. I became a member of a federal cooperative shortly after moving here. I was lucky. I had moved 6 times in the prior year with my 5-year-old, then turning 6-year-old daughter. As a sole support parent, if you've moved, you know how stressful it is. Try doing it 6 times in 1 year. I have survived hidden homelessness and all manner of slumlord tactics to shirk basic responsibilities and take advantage of desperate renters. I am speaking in support of passing a rent eviction bylaw, as other cities have already done. What I love about Kitchener is that it is very much dynamic and diverse. Just outside this building, you see a wide variety of people truly enjoying shared public space together, no matter their background or their class. But without an adequate, truly affordable housing supply in this region, protected from the abuses of predatory rent evictions, we will be very challenged to end chronic homelessness by 2030. Is delaying that outcome worth it? To not do this means you will likely have more tents functioning as shelters, not less. I do consider, where would I be if I were raising my daughter today? If I was in a building where unscrupulous landlords were attempting rent evictions to undermine pre-existing rent controls. And now as a young senior, my empathy grows, however, toward those older than myself. My parents, living in buildings owned by predatory landlords harassing tenants through this mechanism. Where do you propose these seniors go when they no longer have rents they can actually afford? Landlords using rent eviction as a tool to escape their responsibilities as long-term housing providers should not be passively enabled through legal neglect by exploiting loopholes for profit. I support a robust rent eviction bylaw to disincentivize harmful exploitation by landlords and help us maintain affordable units, not lose more when we know we do not have adequate supply to meet actual need of the most vulnerable, yet. This is a city I have come to love because of all of its people, not just the rich ones. I support you in protecting housing as a human right and providing housing for all. Recommending not passing a robust rent eviction bylaw seems disingenuous because it contradicts the goal of providing housing for all. I know we can all do better. I believe in you, Kitchener.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions, and thank you for coming in. Patience Moses. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am here today as a resident of Kitchener, as a tenant, and as someone who works in provincial government. As a tenant, I have had my own share of bad faith landlords who are willing to create a lower and lower standard of living for tenants just so they can maximize profits, even when tenants like me can sort of afford market rent. Owning a home is a dream for me, but because I'm still a young professional just beginning my career, it is still a long shot. So I rent, and I am not alone. As homeownership becomes progressively more expensive, households in Ontario are increasingly renting. And when I talk to my friends, my peers who are also new graduates, affordability is not our only concern. It's the recent erosion of tenants' rights. Being a tenant these days feels more and more unstable, and I feel more and more powerless. That fear felt more real once I started working at the MPP's office. Tenants, some of whom are here today, were coming into our office bursting into tears because they were at the risk of losing the homes they have lived in for many years. The mental health impacts of the tenants on the tenants were awful. Panic attacks, worsening health conditions. I did read the city staff report, and I appreciate the amount of research and consultation that was put into it. And I myself have used many of the available resources as a tenant in Kitchener. I also want to thank the mayor and council for putting pressure on the province to bring Bill 97 into full effect. But putting on the lens of someone who works in provincial government, it has been 2 years since Bill 97 received royal assent and became law. And in those 2 years, hundreds of tenants in Kitchener have still received bad faith N13s and been evicted en masse. And many are still fighting their N13s till today. Many MPPs have brought this problem directly to the Premier, to the government, repeatedly named Michael Klein in the Legislative Assembly, questioned the Premier about renovictions, and the province has not budged. Bill 97 continues to just exist without any teeth. But let's say that tomorrow, someone snaps their fingers and Bill 97 came into effect. We still have a backlogged landlord and tenant board to deal with. The city staff report says that the LTB's website mentions that they have less wait times now. And yes, a bunch of reforms was recently done by the provincial government, but it barely scratched the surface. The backlog is still over 46,000 applications at the LTB, and that's not even close to what it was before the Ford government. It is really still bad. And I can tell you from my role at the MPP's office that in the 5 to 7 months of wait time where tenants are awaiting a ruling, these bad faith landlords harass their tenants to the point where their lives become so difficult and they leave. I had a tenant come into our office say, I don't even have the strength to fight this N13 because I have cancer treatment right now. So we see that even though these rights exist on paper, those wait times are causing these rights to not actually be upheld. So we can't wait till Bill 97 passes. Another concern of the city staff report was that the city of Kitchener by itself does not have the resources and expertise to complement a bylaw with wraparound support for tenants. Well, I can speak from someone, again, who works at the MPP's office. We can be that wraparound support. We respond to calls from tenants every week. We coordinate with the region, with the Social Development Center, with the bylaw office at the city, with ACORN, with other MPP's offices, and we are all in this together. We are that wraparound support to complement this bylaw to make sure that it is effective. Even the staff report mentions that any investments and intervention should be coordinated with the region and community partners to ensure that works and supports are being provided efficiently and without duplication. A renoviction bylaw is low-hanging fruit that can make a significant impact. I love living in Kitchener because this city represents bold and progressive ideas. I want to be in the city for a long time, and I want to shape it into a city that I love. So I ask that you listen to your community and consider a renoviction bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I do have a question, and that's about the wraparound services. So as in your role as at an MPP's office, what are those services that can be provided either by you or the other? Like, be more specific of what services are already maybe possibly being provided.
Sorry, say that last part again?
Or services that are already being provided.
Yeah, so we have a direct contact with the Rental Housing Enforcement Unit, RHEU. So I remember during the time that a lot of the 250 Frederick tenants were calling in, we reached out. Again, a lot of these ministries tend to be very slow. We also work with the eviction prevention services at the Social Development Center with Community Legal Services. Right now, we are working on a tenants mailer. So we have the resources to to print these mailers en masse that have at the back of them your rights as a tenant, even if it's just bullet points, very simple, so people know, for example, if you receive a notice, it doesn't mean you have to leave the very next day. So this is information people don't have, and so we're working on sending that out to all apartment buildings in the writing, so that at least people have awareness of what their rights are. So these are just some of the services that we provide.
Right. Thank you very much for coming in. Oh, there's another question. Sorry. Mayor Bravanovic.
Thanks very much, Patience, for coming in. And of course, you know, we know you from your day job as well. Just wondering in terms of, you know, when you think about it, without obviously breaking any confidences or anything, but in terms of the folks that you're hearing from, are you hearing from a lot of elderly people, a lot of people who are just long-standing tenants in some of these buildings, a lot of new Canadians? Wondering if you can just give us some insights from that perspective.
Yeah, I think with specifically the apartment buildings that have received N13s, I think, like many have mentioned already, a lot of them were seniors. A lot of them were people who are on low income or who are on fixed income, or we also had some people who, you know, have disabilities. To be honest, as I'm sure even the staff report mentions, it's not just N13s, it's a variety of issues that tenants tend to face. And in that case, we are definitely getting a large demographic of people. I myself have had questions that I've had to call Social Development Center. We have new Canadians, especially in like Brybeck apartments or Westmount, who are complaining about maintenance issues that they have had to pay out of pocket. So depending on the issue, we tend to get a variety of different demographic. I think this is affecting a lot of different people, but specifically with N13s, I think those are what we would call legacy tenants, so people who've been there for many years, they have households there, a lot of them are seniors. I think we don't have specific data, but that's sort of what we're seeing.
Okay, great, thank you.
I think that's it, so thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Next we have Sophie Lagrandeur. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, councilors. My name is Sophie Lagrandeur. I moved to Kitchener after graduating, and I'd like to just briefly share some of my own observations in support of a rent-eviction bylaw. So I don't want to step on my fellow delegates' toes too much, but as you likely already know, tenants that have been rent-evicted from their homes are often forced to pay drastically higher rent prices elsewhere, or they're priced out of the city they lived in altogether. So yes, without having passed a rent-eviction bylaw, Kitchener is not only losing affordable housing at alarming rates, but also because of this lack of affordable housing, we're also losing Kitchener locals who are being rent-evicted. I ask you to also consider the other side of this matter as well. So holding off on a rent-eviction bylaw does not incentivize other people to move into the city either. If anything, renters will be more inclined to settle down elsewhere. So I have friends that are young adults across the GTA that have explicitly told me they've wished to move to Kitchener, but ultimately have had to decide against it because they would not feel secure renting in this city. Councillors, I ask you to put yourself in the shoes of a young person in Ontario looking to move and maybe start the rest of their life somewhere. If your options are between cities that have been faithfully setting renters up for success, or a city where renters are living with the constant looming threat of being kicked out of their house through no fault of their own, what do you think will be the more appealing option? So I say this because I love this city. I say this because I love the people in this city. If for no other reason, I urge you to support this bylaw now so that those already living here, the city can continue to be livable for them, and it can continue to be viable for those still considering whether they want to come and contribute here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming in. I don't see any questions, so thank you very much. So we have about 17 more. I say we do another 5, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. Oh, Councillor Ioannidis, sorry, a question. Okay. Can we do 5 more, or you want to take it now? Now? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Smith?
She would definitely have attended.
Is Daniel Smith here?
Oh, thank you.
I guess not. We'll come back. Maybe
That's the only
he's
thing I can do tonight.
taking a break. Next, after Daniel, we have Jessica Carbone. No? Myron Steinman? Good evening, Myron. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Debbie. Mayor Vranovic, Chair Chapman, and members of the City Council. My name is Myron Steinman, and I am a member of Acorn, Waterloo Region. I am coming to you as a homeowner in Ward 9, asking you to carefully consider how a renovation bylaw and other progressive bylaws could benefit the residents of Kitchener and Waterloo Region. I ought to share I have not read the staff report to Kitchener City Council on renovictions. I haven't read the staff report. First, I would like to recognize that a precedent has been set with the City of Hamilton. I am not asking the City of Kitchener to carbon copy the renovation bylaw in the City of Hamilton. However, I am asking the City of Kitchener to craft one of our own for ourselves. I also ought to share I have not read Hamilton's renovation bylaw. New bylaws are needed so that all persons, even persons on a fixed income, have a place to call home in our fair city. There was a time, it doesn't seem that long ago, when one person with a family of 4 or 5 people could afford a mortgage. That doesn't seem that long ago to me. Not today. My daughter and her fiance are unable to purchase a home even though they both are employed with a university education. Yet they could be worse off, eh? Many who do rent are losing their rental units on a landlord's pretense they are fixing up the property, or other half-truths. In some situations, this is only a ruse motivated by greed to increase the rent 2-fold, 3-fold, and even 4-fold. Life is not a game of Monopoly, a board game I enjoyed playing as a child. Although this is indeed what is happening in some areas of our city and province. On the other hand, it needs to be recognized that there are tenants who do take advantage of landlords. My wife and her ex-husband lost the townhouse they purchased when 3 consecutive tenants refused to pay the rent. I ought to point out this was 25 years ago. Innovative solutions are needed to resolve our housing challenges in the City of Kitchener. We can lead the way and set an example for other municipalities. In some areas, we are leading the way, I believe. We can follow the City of Hamilton with a bylaw that addresses renovictions. That would be a start, a significant part towards regaining trust in our political leaders and institutions. Thank you. I would be open to feedback and questions.
Any questions from council? No. Thank you very much for coming in. There are no questions. I'll just go back to Daniel Smith. Is he in the room? No? Or Jessica Carbone? Okay, next we have Ken Vogelpol. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, staff. So if I had to give this report a grade, it would probably be needs improvement. I could use more colorful language, but it's not an appropriate location. Study is supposed to lead to greater understanding, but here we are a year since the rental replacement bylaw, months since we last spoke on this issue, and staff submits the same tired excuses and misinformation. At least they now admit that a rent eviction bylaw is legally possible. Council should ask themselves, if staff made such a fundamental mistake, what other mistakes have they made? The Acorn delegation did a pretty good job of breaking them down, so I won't go point by point. The report focuses on cost, but ignores the cost in time and money to defend tenants. This should not fall on their or our shoulders to put out all these fires. What we're asking for is some fire prevention. Pretty common sense, in my opinion. It should not be this hard to live in Kitchener. Staff said this bylaw may cost $300,000 to implement. Well, if I could just take a moment. This is a loony. I am one of 300,000 residents from Kitchener, and consider this my yearly financial contribution towards a livable city. Yearly contribution. Is that a serious objection? $1 per year is too much to keep Kitchener residents in their homes. The city currently has a department devoted to handling rental replacement. I don't think that's a real objection, just another excuse. Some may say they're offended at the implication that the city isn't doing enough, but I'm offended that if this bylaw fails, residents will have to go years, Kitchener residents will have to go years without the protection residents of other cities currently have. I'm offended that staff's Path 2 recommendation is more dialogue. I'm offended that staff continues to imply that Kitchener tenants are being evicted because they aren't smart or aren't educated enough to defend themselves. Egos will mend, lives are considerably more fragile. We're not asking council to solve all housing problems. We're asking you to address this housing problem. There will always be problems with the for-profit model of housing, but we're not asking you to change that. We're not asking you to turn the world upside down. The tenants you've spoken to and heard from over the last year have had more than enough of their world turning upside down. We're asking you to keep the world right side up. This is the realistic compromise policy that you're looking for. It worked in BC, it worked in Hamilton, it worked in London, it will work in Kitchener. By contrast, we've already tried staff's preferred solution. No amount of letters or resolutions will move this provincial government. This is the time for action. If this bylaw passes and the province steps in to make things better, extremely unlikely. But if they do so in a few years, not a single resident is going to come to council and blame you for passing this bylaw. You did CPR until the paramedics arrived. But if you do nothing and the paramedics never arrive, what does that say? In closing, I want to ask you to take a moment to imagine you're sitting with a tenant, maybe your niece, maybe your parent, maybe that young man from a couple months ago with the terminal illness who was just trying to make sure that his family is going to be okay. I want you to imagine telling that person that if they lived in Toronto or Hamilton or London or Ottawa or Mississauga, they would be a little bit safer. But because they live in Kitchener, they will not. Send this report back to staff. Demand a bylaw you can pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. I don't see any questions right now. Next, we have Ruben Gomez. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, so my comments here today just speak for tenants that don't have any accessible resources in place to hold them over during the renovation or post-renovation of an N13 and any of the unintended consequences for letting bad faith activity run rampant. Based on stories and delegations I've heard here, any responses to a bad faith renovation would require long wait times that would outstrip any support or goodwill that they would receive while waiting for the LTB to act. It feels quite unfair that the burden on finding housing in an N13 eviction is squarely on the tenant, where the landlord holds no responsibility to assist the displaced tenant. The only things that they're responsible for is either giving away some money or giving some advance notice. The bare minimum of which is 3 months of rent or 3 months of advance notice. Try comparing this compensation package with the time, the resources, and the rental applications required just to find a place in the current market conditions, and all of a sudden 3 months seems quite unrealistic to find housing in today's market. Despite tenants having to deal with false N13s, when a proper N13 is approved by the LTB and given to the tenant, the burden to exercise their right to just reoccupy that space still falls on the tenant. And it comes at the risk of their time, their money, their resources, others' goodwill, and upholding a valid address with which to exercise the right. By comparison, a landlord will face no immediate consequences to act in bad faith or even fail to honor any of their construction estimates that they provide to the tenant. There is currently no mechanism that prevents a landlord from filing an N13 after failing the first application. Even if a renovation goes past the original estimate, the landlord is not even required to provide any additional compensation to the tenant for any of these quote-unquote construction hiccups. Obviously, a landlord can engage in such acts because it's easy for a landlord to just delay the situation until they exhaust all of a tenant's resources, until they succumb to homelessness, with no risk of being held accountable at the LTB. Even if a tenant successfully fights their case via the LTB, worst case scenario is just a financial slap on the wrist. And keep in mind, this slap on the wrist is easily recouped, probably within the same year, now that they can charge more rent at the space that they've renovated. Also consider that by the time a tenant even receives compensation for holding the landlord accountable, they're unable to even apply the funds to the original situation because the time has passed and They stand to lose much more than simply maintaining the status quo if they try to go to the LTB. As a result, tenants with little to no support that end up winning at the LTB run the risk of entering a more luxurious state of homelessness at the cost of a lost home, lost rent control, and struggling to find a place under current market conditions if they even choose to remain in the city. Situations like this don't exactly instill safety or confidence to live in the city, or even a desire to fight back, to get back a space they once held. If such unchecked behavior is allowed to run rampant, I feel that the city will incur costs in ways that will not be immediately visible, but will have lasting consequences. My concerns with this at this point in time are the following. One is that these landlords will obviously create a bad name for Kitchener's residency and housing situations, right? This will repel people from even wanting to come to the city. Information about bad landlords are increasingly becoming more readily available ever since COVID started. For those that can find housing anywhere else after receiving an N13, they'll just cut their losses and leave. They have no reason to incur these costs just to stay in the city. That could include people that come here from all over the world or from other cities, like students at Waterloo. For those unable to find housing or support, they will be forced into homelessness or worse than what we currently see. We might see situations worse than Tent City. You will have people facing down the barrel of a tough choice between potentially killing themselves or committing crimes as the city loses more shelters. We just recently lost the Schwaben Center, or the Schwaben Club. As a result, this will incur a lot more cost to the city or the region just to manage these situations and keep the peace. This is not a question of if it'll happen, but rather when, as a prison cell nowadays seems to guarantee more in housing and food than a shelter that's meant to be a temporary solution. The impacts to a person entering either a shelter or a jail cell is about the same when it comes to the negative impacts on their mental health or the possibility of rejoining society as a self-sufficient contributing member. I'm not asking for an end to homelessness, as this is a very nuanced subject, but I am asking for the elimination of bad faith actions that landlords can and will make in order to further contribute to homelessness and the current housing crisis that the city faces. The money from this bylaw could even be used to further invest in measures to better protect our citizens. Also say that we're more increasingly in a time where we're all just one bad day, one bad faith act, one bad accident away from just being homeless.
Thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts. I don't see any questions right now, so thank you. Next we have Ryan Murdoch. And you have 5 minutes.
Hello, and to start, I want to give a shout out to everybody who has delegated tonight, who showed up, who came out on another night out of their busy lives with everything we all have going on to fight for ourselves and to fight for each other and to fight to make this city a better and more livable place, which is what I think we all want in this room. So I don't think I can speak on many things other people haven't already, especially how well many have spoke, both from personal points of view and from a more sort of policy framework. I did just want to highlight a few things I thought might bear emphasizing. There's been talk tonight about wraparound services, which we all support. However, they cannot and will never be enough in their nature. They rarely get enough funding to support everyone who needs them. So even the idea that awareness is the issue isn't necessarily, it doesn't paint a full accurate picture. You can have wraparound services that get depleted very quickly when you allow bad faith actors to run rampant in your city. So even increasing wraparound services will only ever do so much, whereas this bylaw can prevent a whole bunch of things at the source and save everyone an insane amount of time and effort, which leads to my second point, which is even when tenants fight back and organize and win very important victories at the Landlord-Tenant Board against bad faith landlords, it's a fleeting moment of victory, and it's because too quickly that landlord can just issue more N13s. There's nothing stopping them. And sometimes, the landlords issue N13s without necessarily even having to go back them up. It's nothing to them. But the minute you receive an N13, it's everything to you. And this rent eviction bylaw could save so many people, so much grief, so much mental stress and physical health. And I think that's what we should do for people who are vulnerable. We should pick them up. We should support them. We should protect them proactively. So, and give people some peace of mind, some security with where they live. And one other thing I don't think we've ended up talking about today is we've talked about how people in Kitchener deserve the same protection as other places, and that's true. I think the flip side of that is as more large municipalities pass these bylaws, which is clearly the trend, right? There is a trend there of large populated municipalities who clearly have staff who also has looked into it, have done it, they've considered it, and they've decided that this is good. So now landlords aren't going to be able to be as predatory in those cities. But predators don't just stop, right? They're going to find new hunting ground, and that's what Kitchener will become, right? Kitchener is a place where lots of people want to live. It's affordable-ish at times compared to the insanity of other places. Although I will say moving from Toronto to here was not the savings that we would have hoped for, but there's other reasons we came. But it's only going to get worse as if we allow bad faith predatory landlords to operate here, because they're going to have less places to go and it'll be here that they come after. So again, thank you to everyone who spoke. It's always very impressive, and thank you for your time. So.
Okay, I have a question for you, Councillor Owaduni.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in, Ryan. I just need a clarification. You mentioned, I don't know if it's a scenario or just you were just sharing, a landlord can issue an N13, and even if they lose at the Landlord-Tenant Board, they can reissue an N13 to the same tenants immediately?
I believe so, yeah. A little, yeah. Because my understanding is, right, the N13 is just something they can, and that's what they do. They just plaster buildings. And they don't even necessarily go after everyone, but they just go into buildings and look at who's been there the longest, who's most vulnerable. And there's no process to just, they just get to throw out paper, violent paper, as if it's nothing, and tenants suffer the brunt of it, yeah. So, it's astounding, isn't it, that they can do that? It's crazy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much for coming in.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Next, we have Douglas Kwan. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Committee. My name is Douglas Kwan. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Legal Services at the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario. I'm also a lawyer. The clinic has a provincial mandate to advance tenants' rights. I believe my written submissions have been emailed to the committee, but if you had it before you, you would see a picture of a closet with a little mattress in it. And that's an ad of a closet that's being rented in Toronto last summer for $750. The issue I wanted to highlight is that the rent is too high. The rents are going up faster than people's incomes. And as a result, what we're seeing massive displacement. We have last year 80,000 people unsheltered in Ontario, according to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. And if they're not living unsheltered, they're couch surfing in municipalities. Also, our stats demonstrate that 31% of residents who rent their homes in Ontario are paying, that 40% are paying unaffordable rents. And what means unaffordable is that it's more than 30% of your household income devoted to shelter. How did we get here? Primarily in Ontario, we have a loose rent control system where sitting tenants benefit from rent control, but once they're removed, that unit that was once affordable can go up to the market rent. So once it goes up to market rent, that particular unit, wherever street or location it is situated in, is lost forever, and nobody in the community can access that affordable rental. We also have the Landlord and Tenant Board. That is not a place in which tenants can find justice. You may have heard ever since they've removed in-person services in 2020 that it's been a place that people can't access because of digital divide. The wait times last year was 1 year for tenants who are trying to exercise their rights, compared to the landlords who are waiting only 6 months to get hearings. And even if you get a hearing, what happens when you file a tenant application? Well, between 2020 and 2023, 13 decisions came out of the Landlord Tenant Board where they fined the landlord for egregious behavior. And out of those 13 orders, only 4 of those orders have been satisfied by the landlords. That means landlords are not paying their fines and they're walking away and getting away with it. But the rent eviction bylaws is really there to preserve affordable housing. And what we've been finding across Ontario is that Ontario is losing far more affordable units than we're replacing them. For example, 2016 to 2021, there was a 54% increase in units that were renting for $1,500 or more. Between 2016 to 2021, there was an 87% increase in terms of luxury rentals, and those are rentals that are going for $3,000 or more in Ontario. An earlier delegate said that Kitchener is losing 39 units for every one affordable unit. They're losing 39 affordable units for every affordable unit that's replacing it. Across Ontario, that number is 15. 15 affordable units are lost for every affordable unit. In Waterloo Region, rents for 2-bedroom units significantly increased by 7.4% in 2023 and 4.2% in 2024. That far exceeds the provincial rent guideline of 2.5%. In those numbers themselves is the profit incentive for unscrupulous landlords to evict lawful tenants when their only sin is to live in an affordable unit in their city. So what are municipalities doing? They are developing rental protection programs such as regulating short-term rentals. You see that in Kingston, in Ottawa, in Toronto, and Mississauga. They're creating rental replacement policies, such as the one in this city, in Toronto and Mississauga. They're licensing landlords in Toronto, in Mississauga, in Kingston, and Windsor. And they're implementing rent eviction bylaws in Hamilton, Toronto, and London. I was just in Mississauga, invited to consult in their rent eviction bylaw, and Ottawa's looking to do the same. So Based on this, we recommend that this city deserves a rent eviction bylaw because the province has waited 2 years to enforce their protections against rent evictions, and it has not taken place. That is why municipalities, which is the level of government closest to the people who are seeing the disaster that's happening, is taking action. And Kitchener remains the outlier. Of the top 6 cities that are experiencing rent evictions, everyone is moving forward on this. We're hoping that Kitchener does the same. And in the alternative, this should be sent back to the staff for further consultation and also further examination of how those bylaws that have been implemented in Hamilton, in Toronto, and in London are playing out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. Mayor Bavanovic has a question for you.
Thanks for coming in, Mr. Kwan. And I'm just wondering, you're obviously doing a great deal of work on this across the province. And, you know, as you're probably well aware, there's over 400 municipalities across Ontario. 29 of them, I believe, are municipalities over 100,000, and yet only 3 have implemented a bylaw of this nature. And I'm wondering if you sort of have any insights into why that might be and you know, why we're not seeing it more broadly across the province.
I think many municipalities were concerned whether they had jurisdiction to implement such a bylaw. Hamilton resolved that concern only a couple of years ago. I think municipalities also saw the fact that Bill 97 has been passed in legislation, but yet to be enforced for the last 2 years. Yet what you're seeing on your doorstep is people struggling and the need to take action. And so although there have been a handful of municipalities that have passed rent eviction bylaws, we anticipate many more will go on board because simply we need to stop the bleeding. There's so many affordable units being lost. There's no additional funds from any level of government that could possibly replace those affordable units being lost. And they're being lost because people are being served N13 notice. They're not even getting to the landlord-tenant board. They're being harassed and asked to leave because for the mere sin that they've planted roots in the city, where their kids go to the local school, where they go to work in the community in which they're living, but because they're paying lower than what the market rent is stating, they're being threatened with these N13s. And so what we're seeing across the province is municipalities taking action to address this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kwan, for coming in. Since you work extensively in this area, I'm just curious, do you know the stats of the issuance of N4s are?
I'm sorry?
Do you know the stats provincially, what the issue of N4s are?
N4s?
Yeah.
N4s are notices for rent arrears. And certainly there are N4s that are served that don't make it to the landlord-tenant board and those that do. I know that 55% of the landlord-tenant board's work is dealing with rent arrears. But maybe perhaps I'm not quite understanding the connection with the rent eviction bylaw.
No, I'm just trying to understand because all I hear is one side of the story, but I don't hear the other side of the story. And you're just telling me the LTB does 55% N4. So shouldn't that be, doesn't that tell you something?
I think the challenge, and through you, Madam Chair, I think the challenge with N13s is that there needs to be some disincentive for landlords who say there's a small kitchen fire and as a result I need vacant possession, and then they just sit on their hands for a year hoping that that tenant has moved on and forgotten about the unit. And then they can rent it out at market rent. That's the type of behavior. Most landlords are law-abiding. They know the legislation well, and they follow it. But rent eviction bylaws are to address those unscrupulous landlords who take advantage of tenants, sitting tenants. And so those are the stories that we've heard where you don't need vacant possession to fix a minor damage in their unit. But they're hoping that by displacing these tenants, that they'll wait them out. And so, although I understand your question, really the N13 and rent eviction bylaws are really to deal with those situations in which landlords are trying to game the market.
Okay. to me, what you're describing to me is more of along the lines of, it's not necessarily a municipal thing, it's an LTB issue. That's where I'm kind of hearing what you're saying. Like, and I'm not sure why this is something that you're looking at the municipality to fix.
My response, and through you, Madam Chair, my response is that the LTB is a complaints-driven system. And when you have a complaints-driven system, you're relying on the bargaining or the strength of the aggrieved party to put forward their position and get compensation. Tenants have seen at the Landlord-Tenant Board, and I gave you 2024 stats, it's a year wait for a tenant's rights application to be filed and heard, compared to a landlord's application, which is 6 months. In 2023, that number was 2 years and a year for landlord's applications. Tenants were waiting, they had files from 2017 that were still in the hopper in 2023 that were waiting to be heard. And so when you have a system like that, the Landlord-Tenant Board, it doesn't build confidence for either party to seek justice there, which is why bylaws and those preventative measures to disincentive bad behavior is important, because if you're just going to wait for justice at the Landlord-Tenant Board, you're going to wait for a very long time. And for those who actually have the wherewithal and the endurance to withstand a year of harassment to get there.
Okay, so did you read the staff report?
The report, the delays?
Yeah, did you read the city staff report?
Oh, the staff report, yes, I did.
So what is your opinion on that? Is their opinions based on biased opinions, or, because that's what I've been hearing. So you're the most expert person I've seen here today about this. So I want to hear it from you whether or not their opinion is biased.
I think I looked at their report, and I appreciate the time that the staff took into developing the report. They were given a very short time to develop it. I understand that the survey was sent out. I compare their work with what Mississauga did. It's also a lower tier municipality. They had a far longer window for a survey, an online survey, many, many months, as well as stakeholder consultations with tenants and with landlords and with all interested bodies to develop a made in Mississauga bylaw. And so I appreciate the time that they took. I think that it could certainly benefit from more consultation, absolutely, because one example in the data analysis, I see N12s being listed here, but your renovation bylaw doesn't address N12s. So it's not a type of notice that's impacted by the bylaws. So I think there could be a room for improvement in the staff report, which is why my position is a renovation bylaw would be helpful in Kitchener. In the alternative, it should be sent back for further consultation to speak with stakeholders more thoroughly. It should take the time to look at what's happening in Toronto and Hamilton and London, because their bylaws just came online weeks ago. Toronto is coming online in the end of July. It's premature to make a decision saying that it's not right for the city without more information and evidence to support it.
Good point, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you for your question.
Mayor Urbanovic?
Thanks. Yeah, one additional question, Mr. Kwan, rather, since you have a provincial lens. One of the things we often hear about is the whole reference to cash for keys. The notion that, landlords aren't in fact, some landlords aren't in fact applying for N13s because they're dealing with it by simply trying to, buy out their tenants with whatever the amount is that it takes for that to happen. Is that something that you're hearing about much across the province? And how much of a problem is that? And is it in fact perhaps driving some people under some landlords and situations underground, particularly in those three cities, in order to find another path forward?
Thank you for your question, Mayor, and through you, Madam Chair. We've seen cash for keys happen. Our experience is that almost always it's coming from the landlord offering the tenant to leave, and almost in all situations it doesn't equal the rent gap that they will experience, in the sense that how much they're paying in rent now compared to what the market rent is. It's always less than that. It doesn't completely satisfy that. It's used as an incentive so that the landlord can have vacant possession to then rent out the unit at market rent. So it is a tool, but I would say a tool that most landlords use to obtain vacant possession and avoid the landlord-tenant board.
But I guess that's where I'm going is, does a bylaw potentially create a situation where we're going to see more landlords considering going the cash for key route as opposed to the N13 route, because it'll be the lane of least resistance, and so it potentially creates a false degree of hope for residents who are really dealing with some traumatic issues.
I don't have research to indicate that there will be an increase in cash for key situation. The fact of the matter is the Residential Tenancies Act is a consumer protection legislation. There are only so many ways a tenant can be evicted. Can be evicted on bad behavior, absolutely. But when they're not behaving, like if they're paying the rent on time, they're not making noise, they're just living their life, it would be unfair, and there is nothing in the Residential Tenancies Act that will allow a landlord to evict someone only because they're paying below market. And if landlords are, and I don't see that a rent eviction bylaw would encourage more of these cash for keys. I see that the rent eviction bylaw would preserve far more affordable units and also protect tenancies as a major benefit over any possibility that there would be an increase in cash for keys. And certainly your community has a legal clinic that can advise them on whether or not they should accept it or not. But certainly I believe the staff report also recommends an education campaign. And I think that's a fantastic idea to have tenants understand what their rights are and whether or not they should accept cash for keys.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bill Deliso.
Yeah. Hi, thank you.
Oh.
I'd like to start by thanking the committee for allowing me a chance to speak here tonight. Prior to moving into my apartment that we currently have, I lived in a 4-unit apartment converted from an old stable house that was purchased by new owners. I'd already given my notice by the time the sale had gone through, but all 3 of the other tenancies had received N3 eviction forms. I made sure to inform them, all of my neighbors, of their rights, and 2 of them did intend to return to their units, though I didn't get a chance to follow up with any of them afterwards. All of the units in the building, to my knowledge, were then converted into short-term rentals. My partner, now wife, who at the time was living with 3 roommates and sharing a residential house, was subject to an N12 eviction, claiming the landlord wished to move their elderly mother. It was a scant 2 months later that I would routinely drive past the unit and see 3 vehicles in the driveway, with another parked on the lawn. We moved into the unit I'm currently speaking to you from in December of 2019, only a few months before COVID lockdowns caused rents in the city and across the country to explode. This building was purchased from its corporate owners by a private landlord last year, and ever since, I've been quite frankly terrified at the prospect of being forced out of our home. The specter of it keeps me up at night. Just a few days ago, my next-door neighbor was confronted by our landlord, who had been painting one of her bedrooms, accusing her of attempting to sublet her apartment. When she informed him that she had merely allowed a friend to move in with her, something that is well within her rights as a tenant, he began complaining about the extra water usage and that he, quote, already wasn't making enough money from her unit, end quote. Learning this certainly hasn't improved my sleep in the last few days. I'm grateful for the legal protections we have, but there are gaps in those protections that are being actively exploited. N13 evictions have ballooned across the province in the last few years. The report by the city staff cites that a full 30% of the respondents to their anonymous eviction survey completed last year were evicted because of renovations to their homes. The conclusion that can be drawn from this is that either a third of the city is crumbling to dust around us or some other factors at play. The specter of losing our home and the knock-on effects of that, we would be forced not to just leave our home, but the city entirely, and depending on how far outside the city we'd be forced to move, potentially needing to find work in a climate where jobs are becoming increasingly more scarce. We're lucky that this unit was renovated immediately prior to our taking possession, and I'm willing to defend my rights in front of the Atlanta Landlord-Tenant Board if needed, but the potential of months of worry and uncertainty is what I dread. To say nothing of potential retribution for our landlord on platforms like OpenRoom and other tenant blacklisting apps, potentially making finding another rental more difficult for merely defending our rights. I am sick and tired of feeling like my comfort and security is wholly subject to the potential altruism or greed of another person. I will end my time here by saying that the staff report outlines the paucity of information and the data available on the potential implementation of a rent eviction bylaw. But I ask, are we not willing to be trailblazers? Is this region not a hub of innovation? Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for delegating. I don't see any questions, so thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
Next, we have Peggy Nichols. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Respected Mayor and Councillors, my name is Peggy Nichols and I'm presenting on behalf of Kitchener Citizens for Livable Development. We are a group of citizens from over 8 different neighborhoods in and around downtown Kitchener. We are committed to working with the city and other stakeholders for livable development, including affordability. I am here to recommend the city develop and implement a rental replacement bylaw. We appreciate the ways in which the city is already working to address homelessness and the lack of affordable housing in our city. We are not unaware of the legitimate needs of some landlords to renovate their properties. However, we are also acutely aware of the rapid disappearance of existing affordable units due to the financialization of housing, the demolition of smaller affordable units to develop larger buildings, many of which are unaffordable to low to middle income residents, and the illegitimate strategies such as rent evictions used by landlords to displace low-income tenants in order to dramatically increase rents. And I'll just pause here by saying that I have 3 family members, my brother, my niece, and my nephew, who were all victims of rent eviction. You have before you tonight a staff report recommending against a rent eviction bylaw. Staff recommend instead supporting the relationship between landlords and tenants together with community partners, the region, and other area municipalities by establishing and supporting a landlord-tenant forum. This will not solve the problem and will create more unnecessary bureaucracy for tenants, particularly those who are low income. These are people who are struggling just to survive and avoid homelessness. They don't have the time, energy, or resources for more bureaucracy. Creating and promoting robust, the second recommendation is, part of their recommendation, is creating and promoting robust and proactive educational resources for tenants and landlords, such as in-person information events. Again, this provides no meaningful protection for tenants and is unlikely to affect those landlords who already know what is required of them and choose rent eviction as a way of increasing their income. Third, part of their recommendation is actively participating with the Region of Waterloo, other municipalities, service providers, and tenant advocates to collaborate on actions identified in Building Better Futures and the plan to end chronic homelessness. We're glad this is something the city is already doing and will continue to do. However, creating new affordable housing takes time to produce and does not protect existing affordable housing. The introduction to this report states that evictions due to renovations are a symptom of the housing crisis. We assert that rent eviction is a cause of the housing crisis and of homelessness. The report goes on to say that solutions to the housing crisis require coordinated, multi-jurisdictional planning, meaningful legislation and funding, and supports from other levels of government. We contend that this work requires all orders of government to work together, especially municipalities where the problem of homelessness is most extremely experienced and observed. Inclusionary zoning is listed in the report as one strategy the city has has in its list of commitments to build affordable housing. We question whether this belongs on this list, since implementation of inclusionary zoning has been deferred for a year and will not be fully implemented in all designated areas for years. In fact, the percentage of housing required is so low that the number of actual affordable units will be minimal compared to the rate at which housing is being lost. Leading housing policy expert and Carleton professor Steve Pomeroy's research has already been quoted earlier and backs this up, demonstrating that Kitchener is losing significantly more units than it is producing. We agree that, as the report states, the City of Kitchener has been a leader in prioritizing housing. In this homelessness and affordable housing crisis, it is urgent that the city continue to lead in protecting tenants and affordable housing, along with Toronto, Hamilton, London, and other cities across the country. We must use every tool possible to protect vulnerable tenants so they don't end up on the street. Please vote against this staff report and in favor of a rent-eviction bylaw. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming in. I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Matt Lewis, who's here virtually.
Oh.
Go ahead, Matt, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Matt Lewis. I myself am a small landlord living in Kitchener. And having read the city staff report, I'd like to start by responding specifically to the summary of the interview with the member of Small Ownership Landlords of Ontario. What the member from Solo is mostly focused on is their own risk. They cite non-payment of rent, property damage, and long waits at the LTB as being drawbacks to owning rental units. When you make an investment of any kind, there are risks, and investing in real estate is no different. It's similar to a small business in the sense that you're exposed to unpredictable market conditions and regulatory changes that are beyond your control, which can negatively impact your investment. And us landlords know this when we take on this type of investment. To me, this seems besides the point. The rent eviction bylaw, as is proposed, has nothing to do with non-payment of rent or bad behavior from tenants. And it also has nothing to do with increasing affordable housing supply. It's about preventing bad actors from abusing the power they have to kick people out of their homes so that they can minimize their own risk and make more money. I can say that having been a landlord for 11 years and having interacted with many different tenants, the majority of them are very uneducated on what their rights are, despite plenty of publicly available information. And finally, I'd like to say I agree with the first delegate of the night who said that this bylaw causes no harm but will prevent harm. And I also agree with the sentiment expressed by the Live Expertise Working Group that it is the municipality's role to protect its citizens and house people. And I think that voting against this bylaw is at odds with that responsibility. Thank you.
I have a question. I don't see any other questions, but, oh, you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
So you're a landlord, you have tenants, and you're in support of the rent eviction bylaw?
Yes.
Okay, and what does it give you as a landlord? Or what benefit do you see? Or maybe not as a landlord, but as, somebody who has experience with tenants.
I think it's a benefit to the community that I live in first and foremost, and I don't think it takes anything away from me personally.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jutta Heller. Heller? No? Lynn Intini? Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
I hope someday I won't have to ever delegate on this topic again because I'm getting sick of it. A Made in Kitchener solution makes use of the bylaws staff have already drafted, lodging home licenses and rental replacement. Earlier this evening, we heard how Kitchener's rental replacement bylaw works. The role of staff related to a rent eviction bylaw is the same, advising property owners to inquire about their obligations related to the bylaw, ensure the correct documents are filed with the municipality by the deadlines, and provide copies of these applications if requested, and monitor the policies. To the capacity concerns, the region in March 2024 reaffirmed in Building Better Futures that their staff can facilitate the establishment of rental housing protections by supporting the area municipalities in the creation of these policies and providing administrative support in the delivery and monitoring of these policies and any associated program. If staff are concerned that they need to be social workers to keep landlords accountable, this indicates that there's a great need for every policy that dissuades investors from purchasing local buildings if their interest is contingent on maximizing profit at the expense of tenants. That's the goal. Dissuade bad acting landlords. Without their bids on buildings are a bit more affordable to non-market actors who are interested in purchasing them. Waterloo Region Community Legal Services reports being asked by tenants where the tenants they represent, where these tenants could legally set up a tent if they're evicted. It used to be the Community Legal Services could say the Valente decision protects residents of 100 Victoria. But the region talked themselves into taking their chances with the Supreme Court decision to evict those living there, and they haven't legalized camping anywhere else. So where will I be allowed to camp next time I'm displaced? A rent eviction isn't necessarily a direct path to living unhoused. It's part of a continuum. As people are displaced for these attempted renovations, they live on couches and with abusers. Some move to places they really can't afford in hopes that someday they'll be able to participate more fully in community life again, support local businesses, and not just pay their landlord who moves their profit out of the community. Yet, the staff seems worried for landlords. If tenants have been able to get organized enough to beg and plead and consult for 2 years while fighting their own evictions, financial precarity, and frequently their own existing or worsening disabilities and mental health crises, I'm unsure why it's necessary to help landlords come consult with you. No one should have ever had to come to you and spill their trauma in front of you. No one should have had to disclose their medical access needs to an LTB adjudicator in order to plead to remain housed when faced with a profit-driven investor. And while I applaud the broader program of tenant assistance that this bylaw alone can broader program than this bylaw could provide, no education program will send the same message to so-called investors as a law that gets in the way of them maximizing profit at the expense of human lives. Landlords are doing this because it is profitable. They do know better. They do not need the city's help to be more organized. Landlords, including local landlords, sell courses on rent eviction tactics. Tenants knowing their rights is not enough. It's merely a necessary first step towards having a chance at getting the law upheld in a tenant's favor. Even with tenant support programs in place, the onus of proving bad faith will still fall entirely on the tenant. But a bylaw requiring investors to apply for proactive authorization from the municipality, just as the rental replacement bylaw requires them to do, is well within the ability of city staff. It's very much like rental replacement that way. If it takes a year to continue consulting with us and making us spill our trauma to you, we'll keep doing it if we have to. But we need to keep working on this. We don't get to give up, and we need to start now.
Thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts. I don't see any questions. Next, we have Debbie Keane. Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Housing is life. We all need food and water. We all need housing to survive. Eviction, including rent evictions, can take your life away. My name is Debbie Keene. I'm 60 years old. I'm facing eviction. I've never been a day late or a dollar short on my rent. And yes, landlords can slap you with an eviction every single year. I've been threatened with eviction or slapped with eviction pretty much every year for the past 10 years. I have a bad back and bad feet and no car. I have no way of looking for a new place. I'm on ODSP. Even if I found a place, I have no way of paying for it. This doesn't leave me with a lot of options. Maybe I could couch surf for a while. But what kind of life is that? And it would only last for so long. I don't have the survival skills to live on the street. I don't have a car to sleep in. Maybe I could get into a shelter, but they're overflowing. And if I get in, someone else can't. I've been told the waiting list for rent geared to income housing is 10 years. That's what I have now. But I would have to wait 10 years to get into another unit. I would be 70 at that point. Evictions, including rent evictions, can take your life away, one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Next, we have Aaron Cooper. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Erin Cooper, born and raised in Kitchener, resident at 250 Frederick and Acorn member. I moved to Toronto for school and my job and lived there for 20 years renting. And after 8 forced moves, including 2 rent evictions, I relocated back to my hometown of Kitchener in January 2021, ultimately because I could no longer comfortably afford Toronto's rent. And after 4.5 years here in Kitchener, rent in my building has increased to a point that I cannot afford to be a new tenant there. This is largely due to the landlord evicting tenants for renovations and jacking up the price. Evictions due to renovations has, in my experience, been the route greedy landlords take, largely due to the lack of rent restrictions between tenants and the sometimes false sense of added value from their renos. Because what about when these renovations are subpar and/or the building is not being kept up to the standards of this higher rental price? This is where I feel for the new tenants in my building. They got suckered into moving into a newly renovated unit, paying market price, and still have to deal with the rundown laundry machines and lack of general upkeep and maintenance being used to drive the rest of us out. Shelter is an essential need and should not be exploited as a means of excessive profit. But when the price of a 1-bedroom in my building can increase by $575 a month in under 5 years, that is clearly not the case. We need regulations, we need support, we need a bylaw. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, thank you very much. There are no questions. Next, we have Liz Lindsay. Good evening. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. I was here the last time, so here I am again. Regarding renoviction bylaw, we need it now, and there's for everybody. I've been through the LTB at the end of April. There's a few of us, our case was dismissed, including mine, because of the landlord or the owner done a mistake. So, but the next day, they were calling the people, the landlord and the manager were calling the people, say they want to make a deal with us. Well, our case has been dismissed, but what do you want, deal? So we know that we're going to receive another N13 sometime shortly, in a few months. For me, it's been an ordeal since they bought the place and since they moved in November 1st, 2023. I don't sleep well, and I came to the realization how much it's been hitting me. A couple of weeks before the LTB meeting and the dismissal, I hit rock bottom. It's hard to say, but I will tell you. I ate, so I was fine. I put my garbage out. But I was not cleaning myself. I didn't realize that. I called the family, happy camper, talked to friends. Then I realized, gee, it smells in here. Check my garbage. No, I put them out. I realized it was me. It was me. I don't want to get back there. I'm lucky within a week, I was able to snap out of it. It's not me. I've been in the Navy, I've been a Canadian Corps Commissioner, security for 23 years. I've seen a lot. I got my strength, I can fight. It's not me to hit right bottom like that. And I don't want to get back there. I'm 73 years old. I want to go visit my daughter in BC. I want to be able to go see my family in Quebec. I don't want to fight and wonder what's going to happen tomorrow. So we need to be able to have certain laws, bylaws, to help us, to help others also, because it's only growing and it's rolling and keep on rolling. We need something to stop that. You need some blockage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in and sharing your story with us. I don't see any questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Zachary Poire. No? And finally, Liz Lynn. All right. Well, I think we've made it to the end of the list. I should mention as well that we have some written submissions from Leslie McCready, Sue Saver, Leslie Crompton, Peggy Nichols, Sorrel Freeman, Ashley Schutema, and Douglas Kwan. So next, I guess we have to go to questions for staff. Councillor Araduni, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for spelling out my whole name. I appreciate that. So just a few questions for staff. I know we are concerned around resources for if we're looking to, I guess, either create a department. I'm not sure if I'm explaining it properly. Can you just walk me through exactly what types of resources would we need if we do decide to go the path of creating the bylaw. And if you need me to break it down, maybe FTE, and what else would we need for something to be efficient?
Through the chair. So staff would require additional resources. At minimum, looking at the other jurisdictions that have prepared rental renovation bylaws, it ranges a lot depending on the complexity and the type of bylaw as well as the size. At minimum, that would include staff to create the bylaw, so in terms of actually preparing it. And then during the implementation stage, it would be additional staff in the customer service for intake of applications as well as for enforcement staff. I might look to our licensing team to see if they have any specific thoughts on the number of FTEs as well as any other financial resources that would be required to support that end of a bylaw.
Hey, can I quickly chime in and add a second question? Maybe you can just answer both of them. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Sure.
So in line with that, I think one of the delegates had mentioned one of the cities, I don't remember which one, has some sort of arrangement where for more bylaws or cases that came in, they were able to add more FTE. I believe that's how it was explained. So maybe just we can have that in mind as you answer the question as well.
So through the chair, as we said, it would depend on the scope of the complexity of the bylaw, how many FTEs we would be requesting. I would anticipate 3 FTEs would be at minimum. A lot of the other municipalities that have enacted these bylaws, they have other programs such as Rent Safe or rental housing licensing programs that could absorb the staff that they're not using if they're not needed for the rent eviction bylaws.
Okay, thank you.
So through the chair, in addition to FTEs, there would likely need to be resourcing for communications and some of the communication materials that have complemented some of these bylaws, as well as possibly, depending on how many officers, we also saw additional vehicle requests and things like that in other jurisdictions.
Is that it? Yeah. Councilor Deneau?
Thank you, Chair Chapman, and thank you for the very detailed report to staff, so thank you for this. I do have a few questions. Do we have any stats on the amount of corporate owners we have of our rentals versus like local mom and pop, local owners?
Through the chair. We don't, as far as I'm aware, have specific statistics on the number of corporate owners versus private owners versus like people who would own like an ADU or rent out an entire apartment. I think we have some background statistics in the residential needs assessment where, Rosa, I want to say about 12,000 are in the secondary rental market and twice that in the primary in terms of the overall number of units, but that doesn't indicate how many, you got to think in the primary rental market, you have buildings that have hundreds of units versus, right? Okay. So that's a breakdown by unit, not by building or owner. I don't have those statistics.
Okay, no problem. And during, the last year of consultation and the last few months, did staff ever reach out to the region to discuss a rent eviction bylaw with them? Hearing that it's not our jurisdiction, it's the region potentially's jurisdiction. So did anybody ever reach out to them?
So through the chair, we did have conversations with the region. Under the Municipal Act, there are specific things that the local municipality can do, and licensing bylaws is one of them. There's only very specific instances where the region has the jurisdiction for a licensing bylaw. So the region, as housing service manager, has a different role in the housing sector, more in terms of planning for affordable housing and for homelessness, as well as providing some tenant support type of role, whereas the local municipality is the authority for a license bylaw.
Okay. My last question is, so, we have heard a lot about the rental replacement bylaw that, from the delegates tonight, that we implemented last year, I believe it was, and we heard tonight that, it will be successful in development up in North Kitchener, I guess I would be. And so what is the difference between a rental replacement bylaw versus a rent eviction bylaw as far as the not necessarily the implementation of it, but just the getting to that point? Because to me, they're kind of on the same path. One might require a little bit more. So can somebody explain to me what the difference is? I know what the difference is, but how we get to that point.
Yeah. So through the chair, my understanding, and I wasn't involved, I might have to get Rosa to pitch in for some of, if I mix anything up. The rental replacement bylaw is authorized under a specific section of the Municipal Act. And so it gives specific authority to the local municipality to prepare a permit process. So it's a bylaw that permits a permit. It's tied to the Planning Act process. And so we have processes here under the Planning Act, of course, like demo control and site plans where we are tuned into that. And it also gives us specific authority to enter into an agreements, which are a really important part of that bylaw. There's a legal agreement that gets registered on title of the property. So under the authority for licenses, it's a different type of regime, different kind of process. It's a license process. There's no ability to register agreements. Enforcement would be exclusively through fines, and those fines would be to the landlord. And so that's sort of one of the key differences between them, is just how they function and how they're sort of managed. There isn't any explicit authority. We do see that the bylaws have been enacted in other municipalities, but it is a new tool that is being used.
Okay, thank you, Katie.
Thank you for your questions. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. And thank you to staff for a very fulsome report. Very much appreciated. I know that we had asked you to do the report much quicker than you were planning on doing, and you had wanted some more time to be able to study what was going on in other communities. And I found it interesting that Mr. Kwan had kind of mentioned that tonight as well. So a few questions. First of all, have you been meeting with Acorn at all as you were looking at preparing this report?
So through the chair, we had a really good conversation with Acorn, as well as the Region's Social Development Council and Waterloo Region Community Legal Services, as well as the Cities Lives Expertise Working Group. I feel there's one more. Did I miss one, Natalie and Mike? Oh, the co-creators. So there's a of course, through the region of Waterloo, they have a group. I still missed another one? So yes, we met with quite a few organizations in preparing the bylaw to get some additional, or in preparing this report about licensed bylaws, to get some information and to understand their thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, thank you. I'm hoping that's something that you'll consider doing more of in the future. I'm wondering if you can explain the differences between a single-tier municipality and a two-tiered municipality such as ours, with regards to a rent eviction bylaw, and what the differences would be and maybe challenges.
So the upper tier municipalities, or not the upper tier, the single tier municipalities differ because they have all the different obligations. So here being split into two tiers. The region of Waterloo, like we had mentioned, is the housing service manager, and they have already done a lot of planning. They have resourcing. They have they're in the field of housing, homelessness prevention, evictions prevention, and in this single-tier municipality and where there's an upper-tier municipality, the local municipalities haven't historically been as involved. And so that's why we've seen...
Sorry, they haven't won? I'm sorry. I'm
Sorry,
having
they
a hard time
haven't, they
hearing you.
have, it's really only been in the last few years that the city of Kitchener, for instance, has been involved in affordable housing and supporting affordable housing. And so that's one of the key things, is that they already have the resources, they have the expertise in this area, and they are funded to do the kind of work and provide some of those wraparound services, education that is a little bit different from a local area municipality that hasn't done this work before.
So what you're saying then is it makes it a little more challenging then because there's that extra layer there?
Certainly, yes.
Okay. I'm also wondering, what would, because I'm really trying to think of how we can go about looking a little further into this. What would we need to stop doing or not commence doing if we went through with the rent eviction bylaw? Like, what does that mean in terms of what you're already working on and planning?
So through the chair, we'd have to take that back and look more closely, but certainly there are a number of very time-consuming and high-priority projects happening right now in the division. So there are a number of aggressive timelines related to our Housing Accelerator Fund projects, related to our official plan, related to nonprofit incentive programs. Our staff resources do have a full workload right now, and so if we were to receive this direction, we definitely want to take that back and look at where, what would have to shift and what would have to be delayed in order to achieve this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Yeah, a few questions. My first question is with respect to the information we heard about Hamilton and that they've only received one N13, I believe was what we were told. Is there any, can staff provide any context to that? Are they aware of that information, that figure?
Through the chair, we don't have any information specifically about how many N13s have been referred to the Landlord-Tenant Board. So the data that we obtain is from the Landlord-Tenant Board, and it only reflects those N13s that have been referred to the LTB for an eviction hearing. So anything that is not challenged doesn't go. We have not collected that data from Hamilton, and in fact, I reached out very recently to my colleague that we had consulted with in Hamilton to see if they had any new information. And they have not successfully obtained additional information since about 2022 from the LTB. They had put in a request. So I don't know, I can't report on how many they've received. I do have new information, though, that's very recent, that they have received one additional application for a license. It affects 4 additional units. So now they have 5 units that have been affected. The new one is so new that I don't think they've even accepted it as a complete application yet, and it's still working its way through the process. So both are very new to them, and we're not really able to understand sort of what's happening as a result of that.
So is it safe to say that we would have expected, or that Hamilton would have expected more applications than they've received so far, or no?
My understanding is that they based their projections on 2022 N13s that were referred to the LTB, which was 132.
132, okay. And I'm looking at the chart that's in the report on page 261. And I just want to be clear too, I was actually quite surprised to see that it looked like the number of N12s outpaced N13s by more than 2 to 1 actually, going back the last 3 years. I just wanted to confirm that this rent eviction bylaw that we're looking at, it wouldn't affect the N12 figures at all, and people that are being displaced for that reason would not be helped as a result of this.
Through the chair, the N12s are for a different eviction purpose. So that's for when you have the owner or a relative of the owner moving into the unit, and so no, that would not be addressed. The other thing that's important to note just with the N13s is that they capture more than just rental renovations. They also capture demolitions, and so that's what our rental replacement bylaw addresses. So both are captured as types of N13 evictions. So that number that you're seeing reflects all of those. Not just the rental renovations.
So the unprotected N13 number is even lower than what we're seeing in the chart here. So is it effectively what you're saying, because it's covered by the rental replacement bylaw, which you have in place?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Because again, I look back at, and the numbers are strange, because I look back at 2022, for example, which is, it looks like a bit of an anomaly year. There were only 28 N13s, but there were 132 N12s. So if, and it's gone up and down a bit since then, but I just want to be clear that even if this eviction bylaw were to be in place, we wouldn't be helping anyone with N12s as a result of it. Okay. And has anyone spoken about anything, any way that we could be helping with N12s? To your knowledge, any other municipalities, or is it purely rent eviction?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm just gonna, I'm not sure if you can reach it again too. Whatever happens here today, we're gonna be dealing with this again at council. So I am curious if we could get additional information, possibly if you could look into the Hamilton example, because that is the only one that my understanding has any sort of data at all that we can look at. Yeah, so I'm just telling you that those are my only questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Snyder.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. We've heard about London, Hamilton, Toronto, and you've mentioned they're all single tier. This may be a difficult question to ask, but because housing falls under the jurisdiction of the region of Waterloo, and we've heard comments like, well, if Kitchener takes the lead, Waterloo and Cambridge would follow. Wouldn't it make more sense for the region of Waterloo to be taking on this work?
So through the chair, the region of Waterloo plays a slightly different role than a rental renovation bylaw. I don't believe that they actually have the authority to pass the bylaw, but we would certainly want to work very closely with them to understand the tenant supports and that sort of thing, to make sure we're not duplicating any supportive services, any educational information, that kind of thing. And it would be up to each of the area municipalities to pass their own license bylaw. It's I don't believe the region has the authority to pass a license that could apply across, but they do offer other tenant supports and can do other things. They already on their website have lots of educational resources, and we could help intensify some of those sorts of things.
Okay, and when it comes to enforceability, like, we've heard about the LTB, a provincial jurisdiction. If we made a charge, what are our chances of enforcing that? Wouldn't they have to approve anything that we charged?
Through the chair, any bylaw that would be passed has to be in line and complementary to the Residential Tenancies Act and any orders from the LTB. So a rental renovation bylaw can't prevent an eviction. It can't, and in fact, it requires that the landlord serve that N13 notice. So in the other areas, the applicant the landlord has to apply for a rental renovation license within 7 days of serving that eviction notice. That could still be escalated to the LTB, so the landlord could still file an eviction notice, and it could go to the landlord-tenant board. The rental renovation license, like we had commented earlier, it serves a couple of purposes. It just provides oversight to make sure that the steps have been followed. And it helps to provide an avenue to provide information to tenants. And in some cases like Hamilton and Toronto, they provide additional tenant compensations. So those are some of the things that it does do. It can't prevent that eviction, or if the landlord-tenant board orders an eviction, it can't stop that. I guess the repercussion for a landlord would be to levy a fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Bobanovic.
Thanks very much, Chair Chapman, and thank you to staff for the comprehensive report that you've written here. And I think you've tried to find, to be very factual based on the information that you've gathered, and give us your professional planning opinion, and hence your recommendation. But ultimately, it's up to council to decide based on all of the inputs where we may want to go with this. I do want to ask one question, though, in terms of your research with the other area municipalities. It's my understanding that, generally speaking, in those other municipalities, there was not a staff recommendation to go in this direction, but it was rather a council decision to go in this direction?
Through the chair, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. In looking at potentially addressing this, maybe you can give us some insight into where other municipalities that maybe you've communicated with are at with it, and particularly, I think, others in the region and maybe others in Ontario who are quote unquote, larger cities beyond the five that have been mentioned so far.
So through the chair, in researching this report, we focused our efforts on Hamilton, Toronto, and London because they have already approved the bylaw, and we wanted to understand what went into those bylaws and to understand what the mechanisms are, who implemented it, understand the resourcing. Other jurisdictions like Ottawa and I understand Mississauga are looking at bylaws or have been directed by their councils to explore them further. They have not approved bylaws. There's other areas, I believe Sudbury and possibly some others, their councils decided not to pursue a rental bylaw after asking their staff to research it. Other than those, we haven't, Waterloo is also looking at a rental replacement, or is being asked to report back, and I believe they will have a staff report going as well, which also includes a number of other rental licensing and other types of measures. They already have a rental license bylaw that they're reporting back on. So there certainly are others looking at it in addition to those that have approved bylaws. Our focus in the research was on the three that had enacted it.
Okay. If we were inclined to potentially think about going the bylaw route, how much time would it take staff to give us an indication of the workload and so on that would be required to get you there? And then how much time would it likely take to do all that work?
So through the chair, in our report, we gave some very broad indications. So we would need to immediately establish a staff team with expertise in the licensing and bylaw enforcement, as well as in the tenant support and social work and preparing licensing bylaws. Probably over the course of the summer, fall, we would want to undertake some additional compensation with our community partners, social work and tenant support workers, the region of Waterloo, any other area municipalities, as well as with landlords. We had the opportunity to speak with one landlord, but we would like to continue that outreach because while we know there's concerns about a power imbalance, ultimately landlords will have to apply for the license, so we want to make sure that it's a program that they're aware of and will be able to work. Our thought is the earliest that we would be able to report back would be December of 25 or possibly Q1 of 26, depending on the complexity of the bylaw and how quickly a staff team could be pulled together, or additional resources hired if we don't have staff resourcing for that. And an additional 6 months is sort of the average in terms of implementation from when a bylaw is enacted to when it can actually come into effect. And that would be all the things like communications, developing applications, updating our online processes and creating like the back end types of things to facilitate a licensing bylaw, as well as hiring staff to implement, to actually, take in the applications and enforce it.
Okay, I may have some more questions, and we'll key in if I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Just to follow up on something that somebody from staff had said, that the region oversees the housing, social services, and homelessness prevention, but they don't have jurisdiction of implementing bylaws?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. So they have jurisdiction to pass a few licensing types of bylaws. I think they had taxi cabs, salvage businesses, a few other things like that. And that's set out very specifically in the Municipal Act, what they can do a licensing bylaw for. Any other business license would be under the city's jurisdiction. I don't know, Kristen, if there's anything I've missed there.
Okay. So in essence, we could pass a bylaw. We're not as opposed to the region has no jurisdiction. We could pass the bylaw. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I guess my question is, we've heard from a lot of delegates that are from particular certain residences, in particular 250 Frederick. Have we heard any updates with regards to where that is at?
Through the chair, I'm wondering if there's any of the other staff who are here who can respond. I'm not aware of anything, and I don't know that any of the staff here, but we can certainly follow up and report back.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Mayor Bovanovich, did you have another? You're okay. I had a couple questions. Somebody asked earlier if ACORN and the other not-for-profits had been consulted, and I just wondered how their views are reflected in this report, like the feedback you got from them.
So through the chair, within the report itself, we provided a summary of sort of what we took back and heard, as well as a detailed outline in the report of all the different thoughts and the different information that we received. We certainly gave serious consideration to the concerns that are addressed, and we recognize that it's a big concern and a challenge in our community, and that there definitely are tenants who are facing big challenges. And so in recommending Path 2, we wanted to put forward a recommendation that allows for council and the city to take action in this area in ways that are within our current work plan and within the city's budget, current resources.
And in path number 2, you recommend like a forum that would be created, but it includes landlords and the not-for-profits. But is there any consideration to keep it more heavily weighted on the people that deal directly with tenants who are being victimized?
So we can certainly give some consideration to what a forum or what some sort of an organization looks like. We do think it's important to include everyone involved in the rental environment here in Kitchener in contributing and understanding policies and that sort of thing that would be put forward, modeled on a town and gown, where the idea is to bring together in a moderated and safe way all the different players so that we can have open and honest discussions. If there is alternative approaches, we're certainly willing to give that consideration, and we would engage the other players in a different way.
Okay. Another question I had is regarding the wraparound services. So you mentioned that the region provides wraparound services. We had a delegate earlier who works at a constituency office for a local MPP, and we have the not-for-profits that have also spoken to us. So really, we don't need to think about providing those wraparound services. They're already there. Is that not the case?
So through the chair, there are definitely resources available in our community that provide to provide wraparound services and other services to tenants. Our experience, and I don't know, Rosa, if you'd maybe be able to speak to our experiences with the rental replacement bylaw and supports here. Is that something? Thanks.
So through the chair, to the chair. Yeah, so it's been early days with our current rental, with our current, I'm going to get my terms mixed up here, rental replacement bylaw that we've had in effect for the past year. That does not have a current full-time staff resource dedicated to it, but with the handful of applications we've had through that process, we've had multiple staff that field many calls from tenants asking questions of clarification, asking for support, sharing some of their traumas and experiences. There's a lot of follow-up dialogue and meetings with both the existing landlord and the tenants and internal staff. And so we've learned, even in that first year, that the work involved to support tenants and applicants through that process is much more time-intensive and resource-intensive than we had initially imagined for the staff that are on our planning team. And so I think in this space as well, we would need to make sure we have appropriate resources and appropriate probably training and skill development to be able to support tenants through some of these situations.
And would it not make some sense to partner with some of the organizations that are already doing this work and working collaboratively with them and with the region to provide those services rather than reinventing the wheel?
So through the chair, I think we can certainly explore those kinds of partnerships. I think for the rental replacement bylaw, because this was a new tool and because landlords and property owners and tenants are still understanding it and there's legal implications and different decisions to be made, it is something that we were doing a lot of the heavy lifting on. But certainly through something like a rental, I'm going to get my terms mixed up, through the rent eviction type bylaw, we would certainly look for those opportunities. I don't know if Natalie wanted to add anything to that. No, that's it.
Okay, I see another question. Councillor Davey?
Thank you. We're just trying to get to where we're going to be on this. And I guess one of the questions I wanted to ask as well is, and I don't want to name them all, but we heard a lot of really terrible things from the delegates in terms of the experiences that they've been having with harassment and multiple N13s and that sort of thing. If a rental replacement bylaw were to be in place like other municipalities, does it necessarily stop things like harassment and other issues that we've been hearing from folks with respect, well, and obviously anything outside of an N13, we're not touching at all. But even with N13s, would it address that?
So through the chair, it's difficult for me to comment on issues of harassment. I don't, within the, and N13s are the rental renovation bylaw is a very narrow type of license program, and I would expect that if there's harassment going on, it might be in any number of different circumstances for different purposes. So it may assist with tenants who have received an N13. However, if there's any other issue or any other purpose for an eviction or a landlord-tenant relationship matter, that would be outside the scope of this bylaw, and it would still be a matter that would have to proceed to the LTB if there's other things going on.
Okay, thank you. And my other way of trying to understand this, the intention of the bylaw is, it feels like the entire intention is oversight over the province's acts. The intention is to make sure that they are doing their job and honoring their acts. Is that a fair assessment of what rental replacement bylaw is trying to do?
So through the chair, my understanding is that yes, this bylaw, one of the important things it does is it helps the municipality to confirm that the landlord complies with the RTA regulations. In some cases, it does go a little bit further, and it also could try to put in place some of the things that are in the Bill 97 regulations. But making sure that the landlords have complied is a big part of it. We would confirm that there would be a building permit and those sorts of things which already have regulation and are required by law already.
Okay, and again, and to be clear, in the staff's report that was put forward, the recommendation is path 2. So the implication is that in staff's opinion, you don't have any data so far to indicate whatsoever that a rental replacement bylaw actually works.
Through the chair, yes. We have, it's very, the bylaws in other areas are in their very infancy. So we have no data from the landlord-tenant board. We don't have even real data yet from the other areas. In Hamilton, there haven't had a lot of applications in at all, so we don't know if they're working.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Snyder?
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I want to thank the delegations who came in tonight. The stories you shared are heartbreaking, heart-wrenching, and not easy to share. I think I can say that all of us have been moved by what we've heard tonight, and we'd like to be able to address that. But I want to make sure that anything that we do brings real hope, not false hope. And maybe this is more of a question for our corporate leadership team, but what I'm hearing tonight is, but what I'm picking up on is that the other levels of government aren't being as effective and efficient and as quick to act as they should be. So I'm wondering, is there something we can do? Maybe can this be a topic at an AMO conference, or can we as councillors advocate with our MPPs? Is there more that we can do to actually move the needle on this and get things moving and get the action needed to prevent what's happening at things like 250 with that landlord? It seems that we're hearing a lot about one landlord tonight. So I'm just really, I'm grasping for straws and want to bring real hope to this situation.
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so there is good content in the legislation. We've heard there's frustration with the province not enacting that content. We have seen evidence elsewhere of people following through with the process through the province. There's a landlord in Hamilton that evicted tenants before their bylaw was in place, and they were subsequently fined $100,000 for not allowing those tenants to return or offering first right of refusal after that. And so we are seeing that the system is working. We know that it is challenging for people that are going through the process. We would like to see more action from the province through the enactment of Bill 97, and so continued advocacy from council would be helpful in that manner.
Because we've got great partnerships with the province in other ways, and they've been very helpful. So be interested in that. And I mean, this is what's concerning to me. What can we put in a bylaw that will absolutely end the harassment and the torture that these tenants are receiving? And I guess that's going to take time to study. Can we look at Hamilton and find out if this has stopped the experiences that the delegates have experienced here and shared tonight?
Mayor Vanovic?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair Chapman. In the recommendation that's in the report, the first paragraph refers Path 2 initiatives to the Housing for All update. Whether we talk about Path 2 or Path 3 initiatives, it all would go back to the Housing for All 2.0 update coming back to us presumably. And so what is staff's initial thinking around when that might come back? And maybe the second part of that question is, be it Path 2 or Path 3, being considered in the context of that update, would that mean that no additional work would be done until that's completed? Or if ultimately next week council passes either or, and I guess it applies more to Path 3, that there would be a separate timeline attached to a draft bylaw then?
So through the chair, Housing for All 2.0 is one of the projects that are on our division's work plan right now. It is going to be a joint project supported by multiple staff on our team. And right now, we are hopeful that we'll be bringing something forward to council consideration either at the end of this year or early next year. Timing is still to be determined based on the scope and scale of the strategies and the work included in Housing for All 2.0. Along with that, we are also undertaking a community improvement plan, which is one of the new initiatives that the city was tasked with doing as a result of our Housing Accelerator Fund initiative funding. So those two are both going to be working in parallel over the next number of months, but we should have a better idea of timing shortly in terms of when we could bring the first report back for council consideration.
But I guess just for further clarification, Ms. Bustamante, in terms of coming back, so if we refer either Path 2 or Path 3, I understand that the Housing for All 2.0 piece will come back in either Q4 or Q1, but would that then be an actual implementation plan around that? So in other words, if it is Path 3, it would be a bylaw could be ready by then, or is that a piece of a body of work that would take additional time?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so if council were to choose Path 3, we would be seeking additional funding to retain external supports to assist with that. And so particularly in legal services and licensing, we would require additional supports to bring that forward, and we would anticipate either Q1 or Q2 of next year to bring a draft bylaw for consideration through that additional resource support, and then look at an implementation plan following that.
So when would you be able to identify what you would need in order to do that work if that's the direction we go? I mean, is that something that would come back to council next week, or is that something that you would need additional time for?
Through the chair, so we would seek direction at council on sort of next steps on that. You know, we could think about a high-level estimate of what that budget allocation would cost and what potential funding sources we could bring forward to council to recommend at that time. I would suggest that most of this work would be led outside of the long-range planning team, which is currently focused on other work. And so really this is about the legal and licensing implications of moving forward through that work.
Okay, so you're saying that would come back, like I'm just trying to get that sense of timing, that would come back probably end of summer then, or?
Through the chair, and so I'm suggesting that we could report on the estimated budget implications at the council decision in a week's time.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, it looks like there are no other questions for staff. Is that fair to say? Can I get somebody to move the motion? Mayor Vivanovic? Well, Councillor Owaduni?
Clarity, which of the...
Well, the motion on the floor right now is Path 2.
There's no motion on the floor right now.
Well, the report. Okay.
Okay.
Mayor Vivanovic?
Yeah, so I'm really been struggling with this one, and as I said earlier, I respect the work that staff have done in the report. I think it is comprehensive. I think they have they have made some strong arguments why Path 2 makes more sense, and quite frankly is consistent with the recommendation of staff in other municipalities to the best of our knowledge. But I think we also heard tonight and in emails that we received, in contact we received from people and so on, some very compelling story about the literal hell that people are going through in terms of dealing with these things, and what some very unscrupulous individuals are putting some tenants in our community and in other communities across the province through. And that's really where I'm struggling with this, because I'm not convinced that going with a bylaw is going to solve that problem. But on the other hand, I also have heard from, and we all have heard from many people who feel the bylaw is the sign of hope that they need, knowing that there's risk associated with it. And to me, that's not unlike other times when, as a council, we have heard from people in some applications, and they have said to us, listen, we know there's a risk of going to the OLT, but we're prepared to take that risk, and council has at times made that decision. And so my inclination right now would be to actually move that the recommendation, but that we actually look towards path 3 and have staff bring additional information forward to council next week around what that would look like timing-wise, resource-wise, cost-wise, and then we could make a final decision. So that would be the motion that I'd like to bring forward at this point in time, Madam Chair. And in doing so, I would just, actually, I guess, no, you don't need a seconder. Just briefly to speak to it a little further. You know, we've heard about the impact that the current situation is having on people, on how it's impacting them financially, on how it's impacting them physically, and in terms of their mental health, on, you know, how we're seeing some of our most vulnerable populations being impacted, the elderly, the disabled, those who are vulnerable, people being held hostage and in fear. You know, I mean, the list goes on in terms of some of the things that that we've heard. I want to be absolutely clear. I do think that the right path here is for the province to take this on for all 444 municipalities in Ontario. And certainly, you know, with or without this motion, that's certainly something that myself and other mayors have been advocating for and will continue to advocate for. Obviously, having the strength of a council motion behind it makes it a little stronger. But in the meantime, you know, I think we're hearing the plea for help from people, and I'm personally, and I think council needs to make their own decision, but I personally am compelled to give that serious consideration, subject to the additional information we'll get next week.
So you're holding off on your motion until next week? Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Davey.
So we're in comment now then, right? Comment? Comments?
What did?
Yeah.
Comments.
I'm just confirming.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, just making sure.
Right enough somebody had a motion.
So yeah, the first thing I want to do is I want to thank all of the delegates that came and shared some painful stories, some informative information. This is a challenge, and I think I was actually talking to Councillor Johnson earlier today about the frustration I sometimes have being at one level of government that like I love it and I hate it. The one level of government where you can come and talk to us anytime about anything. We want to hear from you. The challenge with that is I think sometimes that gives people false expectations that we can solve the problems of every level of government, and we can't. We just can't. As has been said several times, this is squarely the province's jurisdiction. And when another level of government is failing in their duties, it becomes really, really messy and bad for governance in the long run if a different level of government picks up the slack there. Like, that's not how democracy is supposed to work, is that if a government's dropping the ball in something, they get replaced by a different government that fixes it. I'm going to backtrack for 1 second. There's one thing that's just sort of bugging me from earlier in the evening, and that was the reference to staff throwing around the term bias, and there was some other, my mind out of order type things. So I was going to call point of order, but I don't want to escalate. Our staff have no stake in this game. They just brought forward their professional opinion, and in fact, if they're biased in any way, shape, or form, it would be on the compassionate side of the equation. So I don't have any time for that. I have full trust in staff's unbiasedness, and that's just wanted to mention it. I'm not going to be able to support it, and I'm struggling with this because if I say no, that means it doesn't happen. We can't enforce a bylaw because it would require a motion to reconsider. But I can't, in good conscience, do what by definition is redundancy, oversight of a provincial jurisdiction, especially without even knowing that it's going to work. Like, we don't have clear information yet saying it's going to work. This is something I hate. I know folks are going to, not like this, but this is something where it impacts smaller municipalities and single-tier municipalities more so than larger municipalities. And we need that information before we go ahead. So I'm struggling with this in terms of voting against it, because in a year's time, there may be information out of Hamilton that says, hey, you know what? This actually does work. We have clear data. This is something that, yes, the province should still be doing, but we can help in the interim. Right now, I'm, just like I said earlier, I'm afraid that what we're going to be doing is giving false hope. And again, one of the most fascinating things I went through in this process was finding out more than half of twice as many evictions aren't even N13s. It's from people saying that they're going to move into the unit. So it's not even going to help for the majority of the evictions that we see. So I need the data to see, I'm a data-driven guy, I need the data to see that before we start talking about spending money and hiring staff, that it definitely works. And if that means we have to wait an extra 6 months to ensure that this definitely works or get a better sign from the province, I think that's something that we have to do. So I don't think they'd be able to support it this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deneau?
Thank you, Chair Chapman, and thank you, Mayor Rabanovich, for putting forward that motion. I think that's the right motion to do. I think we need to enact a rent eviction bylaw, and obviously cost is always brought up as a deterrent with staffing and implementing this type of a bylaw. But I would argue the cost of not doing anything, for taxpayers is a greater financial implication on us. We will see an increased homelessness and people, when they are struggling and when they are in times of uncertainty. Unfortunately, they turn to substances that don't necessarily help the problem. We will see, and we're already short shelter spots, and we will see more of those issues continue to arise. An article in Maclean's in February 2024, they said in Toronto, those who were using the emergency shelters at that point in time, 30% of them were first-time users because they were being evicted. So again, we don't have enough shelter spots to begin with, and so if you add 30% more or 40% more, it's just going to exacerbate the problem. And there's obviously talk about giving false hope, but if we can put ourselves in 250 Frederick or the house at the apartment on Traynor, I'd rather have some sense of hope than no hope. I think that provides. I get it, and that was one of my worries originally months ago, that if it doesn't work out, unfortunately individuals and community members have had this false hope, and they're going to come back to us and say, well, you promised this, or you said this. But I think in my own personal situation, I would rather a little bit of hope than no hope at all. And you know, we've heard earlier tonight that it's not the region's responsibility to enforce this kind of a bylaw. It's actually up to the municipality. And you know, we know the government has prescribed legislature. They just haven't enacted it yet. And I think when you know, Hamilton and Toronto and all these other municipalities come on board, I think the province would be hard pressed to strike down a city bylaw that they already have. They already wrote. They just have failed to enact it yet. And during AMO of last year, I did ask the housing minister, you know, when they were going to actually enact this, and his response was, well, they still have to deal or talk between all the shareholders. I'm not sure who he's left or the government's left to talk to, but it's certainly probably not any of these people out here. And lastly, you know, when I look around, there's one, you know, demographic that's missing. You know, it's those people who are on fixed income pension, CPP, OAP, ODSP, and they're the biggest demographic that we will see in the next 20 years that will be facing these type of displacements, and those are seniors. And I can tell you right now, there's not enough long-term care beds for our residents, for our seniors to go into at this point in time. So if we just continue to add on to this problem without actually trying to find a solution for our seniors, because as I mentioned this morning, I work with seniors. That's who you know, that's my main goal is to make sure seniors are looked after and protected. And so, you know, somebody's grandmother is going to end up on the street. Somebody's grandmother is going to end up in a homeless shelter because she was rent evicted because somebody wanted to make a few extra bucks. And so, again, I will support the motion for number 3, and I hope the rest of my council colleagues will do the same.
Thank you very much. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I first want to thank the staff for all the hard work that you put into this. I know it's been quite a tedious job, and I think there's a lot more to come, unfortunately. And I want to thank the delegations who presented this evening. Tonight, I see frustration, fear, and anger in the gallery. We all deserve to go to bed at night without the worry of losing our home, our safe space. I see and hear the struggles of people experiencing this every day, and most times when people experiencing housing insecurity, such as worrying about being evicted, that's about all they have the capacity to do, because the thought of not having a home is unbearable. I personally know of a family experiencing a rent eviction in my neighborhood. This family's been exceptional community members and tenants. They volunteered their time building a winter rink every year and raising their family for 15 years. Now they're packing up their belongings and having to leave the neighborhood they love. I worry that a rent eviction bylaw may give false hope, and I'm not sure if a bylaw will fix the issue of today, but what I am sure of, if we don't do something, it will not fix the issues of tomorrow. So I will not support staff's report, and I will support the mayor's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Owaduni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to first say a big thank you to staff for this report. Thank you for the thorough work that has been done with this in the limited time that you have, that you've had, rather. I remember 9 years ago, I moved here from Nigeria, and I remember the first apartment that we got, I guess there was a change in property managers. So whatever payment we were looking to make, or when we did make it, it didn't arrive on time. And I think it was the second day of the month we received an eviction notice. I've never received an eviction notice in my life. That was the first time. And I'll never forget, that was like, I think it was on a Friday. That entire weekend, we could not rest, we could not sleep. We were just anxious and confused because we had never dealt with that. We didn't know what that was. That was just one incident that took place over a weekend. And I remember how I felt through that entire process, having a young family and moving across the world and not knowing anyone in this new country. And I'm receiving an eviction notice. I can't imagine what people go through if they're going through that repeatedly over a long period of time. And even from what I'm hearing, you go to landlord-tenant board, and supposedly the case is cleared, but then somehow they can still throw the N13 back at you again. So I will not be supporting staff's recommendation going down path 2. I really want us to look into path 3 a lot more. However, I do want to say that I'm not really sure how effective path 3 will be at the end of the day, but I want to try it out. Let's give it a shot. Let's try it out. Let's see if it works. And we can learn as we go as well. But I would like to ask that we are as lean as possible in our recommendation that is brought back to us. So that way, if we're going to be trying out maybe, I don't know about 3 FTE, but what else can we do? If you can provide some options for us, that would be great. So I don't know, Mayor Barry, if you can add that to the motion where there is a lean option in reference to all the other options that are coming to us. But thank you all for coming today, and thanks for sharing all your stories with us. We really do appreciate it. And once again, thank you to staff for this report. Do appreciate it.
Councillor Snyder?
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I do want to thank our staff and stand up for our staff, because I heard some comments tonight that weren't flattering about our staff. And I just want the public to know that the staff has been responsible for some pretty incredible programs in our city, growing together, inclusionary zoning, enabling 4 units, the building Kitchener together, our not-for-profit affordable and co-op housing incentive pilot, the rental replacement bylaw. This is all great work that this staff has done because they, like council, care about the city that we want to live in and want to be inclusive for everybody. So to say that they've been anything less than professional, it was hard for me to hear. So I thank our staff, and I'll stand up for you any day, and thank you for the great work that you've done and that you're doing, that you will do. You know, our city too, we have done all we can. We've done a lot to help with affordable housing, providing land for Habitat for Humanity for their build, providing the land for the YW supportive housing unit, providing the land in the hydro for a better tent city. This city cares. Our staff and this council care. The stories we heard tonight were difficult to hear, and yes, we want to do something about it. It sounds, again, as Councillor Davey mentioned, that we're the level of government that you can come to and speak at. You can't go down to Queen's Park and speak like you speak here. It's challenging for me on this, because I want to give real hope, not false hope. And if deciding where we go here, Council, we're going to have to make some other hard decisions at budget time. Something's going to have to be cut. The priorities that we've asked our planning staff to do are going to have to be reorganized and be changing the priorities there. Some things that we want done are going to be paused or not be done. So there's a lot of implications here. So I just want to put that out there. This is not an easy decision, but whatever happens will happen. And I know our staff will come up shining either way.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Chapman. This one is, it's a difficult one because, you know, obviously what's happening is real out there. It's happening and it's affecting people's lives. And I get that, and I take exception to many of the comments that we heard about that we don't care, that I wrote a whole list. It was pure abuse in my mind, the way we were treated here today. But I mean, anyways, staff have always have done work in that are always independent of what council wants, independent of what the community wants. They do what they find to do what's right for the community to begin with. And unfortunately, I cannot support something that is so blatantly such a provincial jurisdiction. The real problem is the LTB. That is the real problem here. And what we're doing here is just playing around, pretending we're going to solve something by doing this bylaw, which its effectiveness is not proven. The rental renovation licenses are limited in scope. The bylaw may have a limited lifespan. A rental renovation licensing bylaw will not stop a lawful eviction process. A building permit cannot be withheld pending the issuance of a rental renovation license. A rental renovation license bylaw cannot compel or prevent the issuance of an N13. A rental renovation licensing bylaw does not provide wraparound and tenant support. There's numerous. We've heard from staff say, well, basically the other staffs from other municipalities, this is a total political thing. And so if this is a political thing, then it should go directly to those who are responsible for that. And not play this game like, oh, we're listening and you know, we're gonna, you know, let's go. No, this is not gonna solve the problem by doing this. It's just a false sense of hope, as other members said. And in fact, I think it'd be more damaging than if anything else. So I'm not going to support option 3. In fact, I'm prepared to move staff's recommendation of path 2 if the other recommendation fails. But I mean, the reality is we need to support more towards fighting to get the LTB correctly fixed. And I'm saying this is for both sides, because I hear it all on the other sides too. That's why I asked the question of N4s. If 55% of the LTB is regarding dealing with the N4s, we're not hearing the whole story here. We're hearing a sliver of what the whole story here is. So I would prefer to have, and the fact that we even heard residents say that those stats are phony, and you know, like it's just disheartening. The whole I know it's no one here is you know, wants to not want to help the community, and I find it very disheartening, and I just don't want to give that false hope, and that's why I want to move forward with staff's recommendation if the other motion proposed by the mayor, path 3, is failed.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Mayor Urbanovic.
Yeah, just very quickly, following up on Councillor Ioduni's request, I presume that in terms of the staffing model, or, you know, the options, that's part of what will come back next week, and you don't need any further direction, Mr. Reedman, is that correct?
Sorry.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Chapman, and thank you, staff. Great report. I know that you have been working really hard on this. I know that you really care, and this is why you do what you do. So thank you so much. Thank you to the delegations tonight. I agree. It's very challenging out there right now. It really, really is, and that feeling of desperation and not knowing what's going to happen next, not knowing where you can turn to is really an awful feeling. And it's not fair when you've done what you've needed to do. I think it was you that said, you know, you've paid all your rent, and you've done it on time, and looked after your place, and you're still living in kind of that constant fear. And that's an awful place to be. So thank you for your vulnerability and for sharing your stories, because that's really important that people hear that. So thank you. I also want to thank Acorn for meeting with us, for taking that time to do that. And I know that I told you that day that I was going to wait for the staff report and wait for the conversations around the table, because that to me is a really important thing to do, and the ability to be able to ask our staff questions. Do agree with Councillor Davey and with Councillor Schneider in that one of the questions that I had asked staff was, if we do this, what aren't we going to do? Where are we not going to proceed? So there are some very tough questions that that we'll need to be making as well. Decisions that we'll need to be making as well. But at the end of the day, I think that we need to move forward and to take a look at this. I totally agree that the Landlord-Tenant Board should be doing more. The provincial government absolutely should be doing more. Other communities need to be doing more. We did hear tonight some people who expressed concern that Kitchener wasn't doing things. I would say that we need to be looking in other places too. Our staff is working very hard. Our council's working hard. So I do hope that you'll also be going and delegating in other communities and looking to be doing this too, because I do think that we are certainly doing our fair share here. So I will be supporting option 3, and I hate to say that my fingers are crossed, but my fingers are crossed. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a few comments. First, I really want to thank all of you for coming, and those that aren't here in person but that had to leave or that were online throughout the meeting, both for the supports, well, for coming here, but also for the supports that you provide to the community and for the knowledge that you bring to this table. Because I learned from all of you, right? And I think it's very valuable information that you bring to us. I just want to point out, too, that if I'm not mistaken, we've already sent 2 advocacy letters to the province around renovictions, and we're no further ahead on Bill 97, so it's not that we haven't attempted that route. And I also would like to argue that we have a lot of data, maybe not on Kitchener proper, but through the Westminster case and through Hamilton, and I mean, we know that this is a problem. So, I mean, yeah, you can collect more and more data, but the problem will persist. And just as inclusionary zoning is not a silver bullet, nor is the rental replacement bylaw, this one won't solve all the problems either. But it's one more tool that we can adopt and reduce the number of illegal renovictions that are happening in our community. And I think that we can be pretty well assured that that will be the case. So I don't think it's about false hope. I think it's false hope if we think that this is going to solve the housing problem. Yes, that would be false hope. But I think the simple fact that we're introducing a renoviction bylaw that will solve the problem or deter landlords, first of all, just a deterrence, that itself is very valuable, and solve the problem of the illegal renovictions. It doesn't mean there won't be evictions, and I think the delegates had made reference to this. Those are going to continue. There are legal evictions, and those will continue to happen. So I'm very pleased that Mayor Vanovich, you brought forward this motion, and I fully support it. I would ask for a recorded vote on this, and yeah. On path 3. Well, that's where we're at. That's the amendment. Pardon? But that's path 2. To path 3. Okay. Is it written down somewhere? Do we all know what it is? Okay. Okay, so we're going with path 3. So recorded vote, please. Thank you very much. So that passes 6 in favor, and it was recorded vote. Did we see who voted which way? Oh. I didn't see it. Oh, right there. Okay. Sorry, it's a tiny little thing. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. That's right. Okay. I wasn't seeing it. Okay, so be it resolved that staff be directed to refer path 3 initiatives to the Housing of All update for consideration and implementation, and that staff be directed to apply for relevant new federal and provincial funding and support community partners to access programs and funding sources that support the creation and maintenance of affordable rental housing. And further, that advocacy to the province of Ontario include the proclamation and enactment of all regulations pertaining to bad faith evictions due to rent evictions in Bill 97, Helping Home Buyers, Protecting Tenants Act 2023. So thank you very much, everyone. We have one last item, information item. I presume there are no questions around that. Can I have somebody move the adjournment? Councillor Michaud, and all those in favor? And that passes. Have a great evening.